there are those murmurs that decisions are made on account of other considerations other than merit. There has never been any specific case, because then we would be having people before EACC and court. But that is not to say that these rumors are just rumors. If there are rumors, then we must find out what is causing these rumors. And I know in the strategic plan of the Supreme Court, they have identified interventions to address these perceptions. Training, they've talked about engaging each other, just as you have suggested, just talking and finding out where are these gaps that make people think that we are on the take. And so if I'm lucky to join the court, it is a conversation that I think can be taken forward as the court reviews its performance for the last 10 years. A conversation among ourselves helps. Like in our court, we talk about these things very, very openly, and we keep reminding each other that we are lucky first and foremost to serve in the second top court, in the Court of Appeal. And secondly, that the government has invested in us in terms, and the people of Kenya, in terms of our salary, in terms of our allowances and other benefits, that we should not be susceptible to any corrupt temptations.
Thank you very much, my Lord. Moving on to another aspect on judicial independence. The threat to judicial independence, as you know, my Lord, is usually understood and associated with external pressure from either the executive or the legislature. But having served in a collegiate court, you are also aware that there can be pressure from within the court itself and the colleagues you'll be working with. How have you balanced, on the one hand, the aspect of collegiality, and on the other hand, your independence as a judge in making decisions?
Thank you. Independence of the judiciary, all the time when we talk about it, the focus is on the other two branches of government. We also ought to be independent of each other. There may be instances where a colleague tries to influence you, or even where a member of the family or any other person out there, a friend. In a collegiate court, you have to be very open with each other. You have always to disclose your interest. The interest that you need to disclose ought to be something like, I dealt with this matter at some point only on a preliminary stage. It cannot be a disclosure that I've been approached by so and so, because in that case, then that will be the end. And so there ought to be openness as a college of judges to discuss things openly.
And how, my Lord, would you deal with that aspect, bearing in mind that you're only 7 judges And you may be compelled on occasion to invoke the doctrine of necessity. So you're conflicted on the one hand, but the doctrine of necessity dictates otherwise. How would you deal with that sort of situation?
The doctrine of necessity, if we were to go back to history, its origin in common law, that you are permitted to commit a crime in order to save a worse risk or calamity. It was developed to save situations. And the examples that are given are many. For instance, if it is illegal to drive without a driving license, but you have a patient who is, or in an accident situation, somebody who is going to die involved in an accident. So although you have no driving license, but to save this life, you'll break the law by driving this patient to the hospital. That's necessity. And the same principle therefore applies, so that although we have this conflict, but we are only 7, the fact that we know, the fact that you have disclosed it, we will now keep an eye on you as we go along.
Thank you very much. And finally, Honorable Judge President, again, in the event that you are appointed to this court, you find yourself being invited to a workshop, an induction and bonding session with your colleagues, the other 6 judges of the court. And you're invited to make a contribution to the agenda for that bonding workshop. What items would you want to see, would you yourself suggest for that very first meeting, where you're going to have an opportunity to discuss matters of the court with your colleagues? What 1 or 2 items would you have on that agenda? And what would inform that, my Lord? And that would be all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. The first session is bonding and orientation. From what we have been discussing regarding that court since this morning when the interview started, I'll have agenda to do with the jurisprudence. How do we make sure that our jurisprudence is respected? How do we make sure that this court remains together as a collegiate court? I'll also put in that agenda the issue of dissenting opinions, and finally the timelines for delivery of judgments and rulings, because I get the sense sometimes that from what I read in the media, that although the timelines for delivery of judgments and rulings is 90 days according to the Supreme Court Act, and I think the rules as well, that there are judgments on notice is a practice that perhaps, if it is existing, is a practice that needs to be looked at again.
I'm most obliged, my Lord. That'll be all from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Attorney General. Now is the time for Commissioner Gishu to continue the questioning.
Thank you, Chair. Judge, good morning again.
Good morning.
I want us to focus on 2 issues. I'll be very brief. As a state officer, in the Supreme Court. And I want us to reflect on Article 10 of the Constitution on national values and principles of governance. And one of the principles, the values under that article, is the promotion of national unity and patriotism. In your view, how will you promote that value as a state officer, as a judge in the Supreme Court? National unity and patriotism, those two.
National unity, patriotism, and you are a judge, it can only be through your judgments and your decisions. They should reflect that you are truly a patriot, and they should also reflect that you are alive to the need of having the country united.
In the event of matters of public interest, national importance, does it matter?
Of course it will matter, because if we close our eyes in some of these matters, and remember last time I was before the commission, I gave examples of decisions that we have made as a judiciary that have far-reaching consequences on the economy, on the development of this country. And so, yes, that will also matter.
Very good. Chair, I've got something else. In this case, I'm focusing myself on the strategic plan for the Supreme Court 20 up to 2024. And two of the objectives there relates to the staff, enhancing staff skills and competence as one of the strategies that they need to realize between year 2020 and 2024. As a judge in that court, how will you be able to assist the court realize that objective, enhancing staff skills and competence? Two things you do.
The court has the president, has vice president, has a registrar, deputy registrar, and the other administrative staff. That is one court working together. Judges, including the president and the vice president, are equal. And being one family, we obviously have a forum where we can provide some of the solutions. And I believe the strategic plan focuses on training of staff, and also on provision of tools of trade. What do they need in order to deliver?
Okay. We also have in the same strategic plan a provision to provide a safe, conducive working environment. That's one of the challenges, and they want to address that within the 2020-2024 plan. How will you do that?
Safe, conducive working environment.
Yes.
I haven't been to the registries, and this is in relation to staff, but I know this building, you can't describe it as conducive, even for judges. It lacks basic things like washrooms. The registries are squashed, and so they have a strategic roadmap on how to address this. In that plan, they have proposed that the court gets its own premises, a building, where all the facilities, suitable facilities, will be available.
So how will you assist them get that?
If they haven't gotten already, it is really just to look for land. We did in the Court of Appeal through, of course, the Office of the Chief Justice and the Chief Registrar, and we got land. Again, to the treasury, we got money, which we were meant to have started building, or design work is complete. So again, really it's just to get land, and even where we are sitting today can be land that can be used to build a proper Supreme Court.
Okay. Finally, Madam Chair, Honorable Judge, under the medium-term program 2018-2020, and this is about judiciary whole, there's a flagship program under Vision 2030. Are you aware about that program?
Vision 2030, yes, I am.
So why that, in terms of the judiciary, under the medium term 2018-2020, where are we?
I know there are three key areas in the medium term: the social, political, and economic. And the judiciary falls in political. I have not known how, and we have undertaken to ensure that the rule of law is realized. I can say that if I was to give out of 10, I would give 3
out of 10.
Because a rule of law means that everybody is obeying the law. The law applies equally to everybody. So why I'm giving it 3 is that we still have people who do not obey the law.
Okay.
They do not even obey court orders. Hence 3 over 10.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gishu. Now I request Commissioner Koskei to ask his questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Yeah, I have 3 questions. I wanted to pursue still on the issue of the value that you are going to bring into Supreme Court. You said you don't want to criticize the office that you are joining for obvious reasons. And you also responded to Macharia that I think you will work on the issues of speeding up the work of Supreme Court, which is commendable. I wanted us to focus now on your wealth of experience in administration. You've been in judiciary for 34 years. There's no office that you've not run in this institution, except some few perhaps. And therefore, I really wanted to know what other value that will boost delivery of service in Supreme Court, or on the side of your wealth of experience in administration.
Thank you, Commissioner. I emphasize again that from my time as a magistrate, working in this same building, working in various courts in the country, in the High Court, and currently in the Court of Appeal, where I've been privileged to lead my colleagues. I believe in one thing, in consultation before decisions are made. I have worked in these courts with people who are senior to me. When I worked in the only place I worked in the High Court where I was alone was Malindi. Thereafter I worked in Meru under a judge. I worked in Nakuru under a judge. And I worked in the Court of Appeal under the President. And it is normally my approach to contribute whatever knowledge I have on how to improve the administrative aspect of the courts. So for instance, I worked in Nakuru under the former Chief Justice and 2 others. So I was actually again the mono, as was said earlier. But of course, because of my background, I was able to agree as a team with my colleagues that certain things ought to be done in a particular way in order for us to maximize on our service delivery. So it's the same thing, God willing, if I'm honored to go to the Supreme Court, the same approach that you look at the gaps, and if there are gaps that you can be able to fill, then you make a proposal and it is owned by the rest of the team.
Thank you. My second question is on how we can position judiciary in helping the country in economic development, economic growth. And as you're aware, the executive are trying their best. They are trying to loosen their procedures and regulations, enhancing security to ensure that this country becomes attractive. And Parliament also are trying to, to enact laws and statutes that will also speed up investors coming in and, to help us in sorting out most of these social problems that we have. Now, coming to judiciary, having a wealth of experience in judiciary all along from district magistrate to court of appeal, and now, God willing, you'll be in Supreme Court. In what ways can, judiciary and even Supreme Court help this country in trying to make it attractive to investors, in making it be very attractive to businessmen, so that all these unemployment problems, the challenges that we have, will a bit subside or be brought down, so that the country can have rapid economic growth?
A survey that was conducted by World Bank some 2 years back, I think, on ease of doing business has shown that Kenya has risen from where it was in Africa and in the world. In Africa, I think we've gone down from, position 4 to 6. But across the 190 countries that were surveyed, Kenya has gone up quite a bit. And that rating has been credited on the work that the executive has done through the Office of the Attorney General, the registration processes and all that, the laws that Parliament has passed, or the two houses. And then, of course, there is a bit of indictment again on us in that report. One, that it takes forever for cases to be determined, and two, that the orders we give sometimes, be it an injunction regarding a land where an investor wants to put his money, sometimes are given ex parte, delaying mega projects. And so there are questions that we need to address. And this is what I keep saying, that it is not good to have an efficient executive and efficient legislature and the most inefficient judiciary by the way we distribute resources. The judiciary is, to use this strong word, retarded because of the way it is treated. For us, all of us to march, the three arms, to march together in unison to achieve these goals, there is need for equity. If the executive gets nearly 1 trillion in its budget, of course, the executive is very big. Parliament gets 37 billion, and then you give judiciary 17 billion, then you can see why we cannot walk in the same at the same speed.
So you're saying that it is lack of finances that is
just support generally,
so that they can
just support. For instance, not just finance. I mean, right now we are not able to, in the Court of Appeal, and I believe other courts, to function to our optimum because of the number of judges.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question is on regional balance. It's a very emotive issue in this country. People think tribal, people think region, and I must say that you have many people in this country who have faith in your leadership and your work as a judge. I received so many when you came for this interview, and it was overwhelming. My Facebook, my Twitter, saying that Uko is the man. And when you unveiled the candidate for Chief Justice, also my friends from east of the mountain were very excited and saying thank you for delivering a seat for us. And thereafter, even yesterday, I got a lot of calls, messages saying that it is our turn, our region has to get, you have 3 today. You have Justice Huko, you have Selgon, and you have Yano. You have to give us 1. Talking as now the West. And when you look at Article 232, it says that we need to ensure that regional balance, diversity, communities should be involved in it. How do we do this? Because it looks like it is just written, but it has become very difficult to implement in a way, because to prescribe a way of doing it seems not to come out. But everybody, in every function, in every stage, people talk about it. How do we do it so that our people in this country get to know that we look at integrity, we look at competence, and then we look at suitability as is stated? And how do we ensure that we really sort out this issue of regional balance that is coming out in everywhere, even in Parliament when they are electing even chairmen, everywhere? How do we, what is your view on how to sort it out?
Diversity, ethnicity, our turn to eat is a very, very dangerous disease. Very, very, very dangerous. And people say in our region, I really don't have a prescription. All I know is that we are very deeply tribal. Deeply. Even in this commission, deeply tribal. And I want to leave it at that.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Koskei. Commissioner Honorable Onwade, please wrap up this session.
Thank you, Chair. Judge, I don't have very many questions. I want to start off with one question that is simple but may also be quite hard. What I want to ask you, how do your colleagues in the Court of Appeal describe you?
Oh, yeah, you correctly say difficult. Maybe from rumors, because the people describe you not to your face. Of course, they say nice things for you to hear. They say many nice things, like Commissioner Macharia said, humble, you are a team player, but behind me, they think I push them too hard. I'm a slave driver. And sometimes I go out of my way to seek results, and not just results, immediate result, excellent result. So I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but of course, sometimes I realize that I'm pushing them, and so sometimes I slow down and consult them.
Thank you for that honest and candid answer. The other question I want to ask you is whether you believe in mentorship and whether you take your time to mentor others.
I do, not all the time. I can say when I was in the High Court, whenever we had in all the stations I served, students from the university who came to be attached to the courts, I would take my time, unlike my colleagues, to explain to them the processes of court, the way we dressed, the language we used, and that's something I did throughout. I don't see much of it in the Court of Appeal now, because we are hardly even introduced to the students. They come, they go to court, sometimes just in the registry. So there is very little mentorship opportunity. I mentor also in local schools. Last time I was here, I mentioned in the local school in my village in Osenge. I mentor students in schools. Mentor when I worked in Nakuru, and even in the Court of Appeal before I became president. I used to mentor students in St. Andrews, Turi, as well as Green States in Nakuru.
Thank you. Another question I want to ask you. Within the judiciary, there's been feedback that I have received as a representative of KMJA that we do not have a structured mechanism for seniors to mentor juniors. Now, looking at you, my lord, you have risen through the ranks from DM professional all the way to the Court of Appeal. You are sort of an icon that members, especially in my cadre, look up to. Now, I want to give you an opportunity to mentor in the air, a concept that we just learned of the other day here in the commission, a member of this institution who is currently maybe in the rank of resident magistrate. In your experience, what words of wisdom would you share with them?
We never get opportunities to mentor colleagues in a structured way, apart from occasional bumping into each other and advising. But there's need, as KMJA in the past, the current one I can't describe. In the past, there were opportunities even to, have gatherings where you get senior judges, excuse me, who would come to talk to magistrates and encourage them to show them that it is possible. And so on this occasion, since I do not have any other platform, and as you've requested, is to tell that RM that I was a DM one level below him or her. And through hard work, through integrity, and through being very sensitive to the people you serve, you can rise. You can rise and be anything in this judiciary. Just keep to a straight line, do your work, and you will reach.
Thank you very much, Judge. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, this is the end of this interview, and on behalf of the Honorable Commissioners, I want to thank you for coming for the second time and engaging with us, and we wish you all the best. I don't know if you have anything to tell us, Your Honor.
Really just to thank you, Chair, and the Commissioners for this second opportunity. I also want just to wish you all the very best as you come towards the end of this very grueling exercise. If it has drained me this way, I don't know how much you have been drained. But I pray to God that you still maintain some strength as you conclude this very, very important exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
the chairman of one of the largest businesses in Tanzania, Tanzania Cigarette Company, I want to assure you, our government is working very hard to ensure that we have a conducive business environment. And we as a private sector are constantly on their necks to ensure that this actually happens. And we have the blueprint for regulatory environment reforms, and basically just to give you confidence that through various engagements, which we continue to do, we are beginning to see movement in a number of areas. Positive movements. I don't need to talk about the hard infrastructure, and I think for those who've been to Tanzania lately, you will have seen how the infrastructure projects have taken off, from roads, ongoing projects in rail and so on. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to invest in Tanzania. And if you have any challenges, the TIC gentleman is here. Grab him, get his card. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Asante sana ndugu Paul Makanza, mwenyekiti. Namwalika sasa dada Jacqueline Mkindi ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa masuala ya kilimo Tanzania. Dakika zako 2 dada.
Shukrani sana. Honorable ministers present here and chief secretaries, viongozi wenzangu kutoka sekta binafsi Kenya na Tanzania, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Na mimi nitachukua muda mfupi sana comment on the very powerful presentation from Dr. Maduhu about investing in Tanzania. I will not dwell much on the opportunities, investment opportunities in Tanzania, because they've been very well presented by Dr. Maduhu. But I would really want to actually emphasize on the role of partners, both public and private sector, in creating conducive business environment for investment to take place in our respective countries. There are vast opportunities in Tanzania and in Kenya when it comes to investment. However, there are critical things that needs to be done na nchi zote hizi mbili katika kuhakikisha kwamba we have the right ecosystem, trading ecosystem between the two countries. And even if we didn't want to actually work together or forge, strategic partnerships to create an enabling environment, there are 2 critical factors that we need to really consider sasa hivi as we think of, enhancing a business environment. One of those factors is population growth. We are told by our researchers that the population in our countries is going to hit 1.4 billion come 2030. And come 2050, the population in East Africa are going to hit 2.5 billion. Therefore, there's going to be increasing demand for food, and of course, youth unemployment is going to increase in our countries. 2, there is the issue of climate change and the impact of climate change in our business arena. And so, ni vitu gani ambavyo tunakutana navyo when it comes to the impact or the effect of climate change in our respective country to do with business? Of course, we are told kwamba climate change inaenda to affect our yields, because when we talk of investment, we have to actually consider backward as well as forward integration. That is how we talk business environment in a sustainable manner. And so we are told the effect of climate change is going to affect our system, our yields by 50%. We're going to reduce our yield by 50%. That is not enough. We are also going to expect increasing climate refugees in our country. Again, increasing demand for food. So we really need, as countries, to forge strategic partnership to enhance conducive environment for our businesses. One, addressing the technical barriers to trade. That one has been critically mentioned by my colleagues in the previous, before me. So number 2, of course, we should facilitate transfer of technologies and knowledge between Tanzania and Kenya. If pesticides, for example, have been registered in Kenya or in Tanzania, if technical data are available, if efficacy data is available in Kenya, why should we repeat the same process in Tanzania? And so I think it is the role of partners, both public and private, to ensure that we are reducing the cost of doing business in our countries by making sure that the technology that is necessary for fostering trade is, of course, available accessible as well as, affordable for the private sector to survive and thrive in our countries. Of course, too, I want to emphasize on the issue of harmonization of our standards and practices. It is critical now that, we agree to finalize the harmonization of SPS protocol, for example, as that is how we're going to really facilitate, agriculture or agribusiness trade between our countries. And the harmonization or our discussion around standard compliance should not only end at SPS. As a bloc, we should actually go further and think of how as a team should we tackle market in different, blocks like EU. We as Tanzania and Kenya have been the recipients of standards from Europe and other countries. Why don't we forge partnership that would actually allow us to even have space, in the standard formation tables at different levels beyond Africa and even beyond Europe? I think we need really to agree on our working together around compliance to market standards, at different levels. And so what needs to be done? Public-private partnership is critical. And when we talk of PPP, sometimes we actually narrow our perspectives into public-private partnership. And I really want to actually emphasize on the three contexts of PPPs, which is very, very critical to enhance business or smooth business transaction between Tanzania and Kenya. One, of course, public-public partnership. Harmonization between government and within government is very, very critical to allow for, the right business ecosystem in our countries. Secondly, I think we should also consider the public-private. And thirdly, it's private-private. It is high time for private sector to start talking in our respective countries and ensure optimal business information flow amongst ourselves. TPSF should start engaging meaningfully with KEPSA. Agriculture Council of Tanzania should actually continue engaging meaningfully with the Agriculture Council of Kenya here. And the list can go on and on. And so this is the most viable way of ensuring that we are smoothly transacting and the businesses that are establishing in our respective countries are really growing and become sustainable. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Tumpongeze tena kwa makofi mazuri dada Jacqueline Mkindi ambaye ni mwenyekiti kitengo cha kilimo. Na asante sana. Ningependa kutaja machache ili tuweze kuingia katika ratiba rasmi. I want to request all the media fraternity, the guys with cameras, kindly to constrain or to confine yourself to the media raiser. Wale wote ambao tunafanya jukumu la kunakili, iwe ni katika kamera zetu, iwe ni katika video, tumepewa nafasi ya kufanya kazi pale nyuma na nitaomba sote tuwe hapo. Let us not have movements in between the guests. Tunaingia katika ratiba rasmi wakati wote kuanzia sasa, kwa maana mlezi wetu na mgeni wake tayari wamejiunga nasi. I beseech your indulgence that we minimize movements. We are almost moving to a formal program. Let us minimize movement. Let us minimize talking. I would also wish very humbly to request that we manage our phones. We are all blessed with phones. And our phones has different ringtones. So as distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly let's manage our phones. It will be very bad when the president is making a remark and then we get many ringtones within ourselves. Let us manage our phones so that we can move to the formal program starting in a moment from now. Nitaomba sasa tuwe watulivu na watakapoingia viongozi wetu, mgeni wetu na mlezi wake, tutashauriwa kusimama sote. Ni kanuni na desturi mila zetu kuwakaribisha viongozi kwa makofi ili wajihisi kwamba tumewakaribisha. Tutakuwa na nafasi ya kuwa na nyimbo 3, wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Muungano wa Tanzania, wimbo wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na wimbo wa Muungano wa Afrika Mashariki. Kisha tutaingia katika ratiba ya mazungumzo mafupi, na kama nilivyoomba awali, wale ambao watapata fursa ya kuzungumza tuzungumze kwa uchache lakini direct to the point so that we can address the issues that have taken a long time for us to address them. Kisha baadaye viongozi wetu watazungumza nasi and then we shall have a communique that will be table in order for us to have a way forward. Mnenaji mmoja alizungumza akasema isiwe kuja tu na kuketi, tungependa kuwa na way forward, na furaha yangu ni kwamba baada ya viongozi wetu kuzungumza, tutakuwa na mmoja ambaye atazungumza kwa niaba yetu sote as a joint community. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tuwe watulivu, nitakuwa nikiwashauri wakati ambapo utafika. Asanteni. Ikiwa umejiunga nasi hivi sasa, wale ambao wanatazama kule kupitia mitandao mbalimbali, ni siku ya kipekee tunapoendelea na jukwaa la biashara kati ya Jamhuri ya Kenya na nchi ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Ikiwa mada yetu siku ya leo ni kuboresha biashara, utalii na uwekezaji katika Jamhuri ya Kenya na Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ikiwa ni katika mfumo wa umoja wa forodha. Mazungumzo yalianza hapo awali na tunaendelea kuangalia vikwazo na hata kutafuta suluhu. Endelea kujiunga nasi. almost. Tusimame tafadhali. Naomba mabibi na mabwana tusimame kwa heshima tumkaribishe Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, na Mheshimiwa SAMIA SULUHU Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Tuwakaribishe kwa makofi mabibi na mabwana, wageni wetu karibuni. Tuendelee kuwapongeza hadi wapande kwenye jukwaa. Asante. Nitaomba sote tuwe wima sasa kwa wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wimbo wa taifa. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa ruhusa yako naomba tuketi. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi, Mheshimiwa Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, waheshimiwa wajumbe viongozi kutoka nchi ya Kenya, waheshimiwa wajumbe viongozi kutoka nchi ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mabibi na mabwana. Karibuni katika jukwaa la biashara kati ya Jamhuri ya Kenya na nchi ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mada ikiwa ni kuboresha biashara, utalii na uwekezaji katika Jamhuri ya Kenya na Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tukizingatia mfumo wa umoja wa forodha ikiwa njia moja ya kutanua wigo. Naomba sasa Mheshimiwa Rais nikubalie nimwalike katibu wa kudumu katika Wizara ya Biashara nchini Kenya atuongoze kwa kipindi kifuatacho. Katibu Balozi Wero, tafadhali tuvalie njuga.
Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ujumbe kutoka Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na ujumbe wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, mabibi na mabwana, kwa ruhusa yako Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba niwaalike watu wachache, actually watu 4 tu watazungumza kama dakika 7 ama 8 hivi. Wa kwanza ni Paul Makanza, Vice Chair wa Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, atakayetoa taarifa fupi ya yale tuliyozungumzia hapa kama wanabiashara na watu wa serikali. Naomba nimwalike ndugu Paul Makanza. Uko na dakika 2 ndugu yangu. Ama kwa hapo tumwalike Angelina. Karibu Angelina.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Ministers from both countries present here today, Honorable High Commissioners, government officials, Mr. Nick Nesbitt, Chairperson of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, business delegation from both countries, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I bring greetings from the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation and on behalf of the entire private sector to the people of Kenya. Our special thanks to the Kenya Private Sector Alliance for organizing this historical business forum. Your Excellencies, I must admit we have had similar business forum before, but this one will be memorable as we have a high-powered delegation from both countries. It is a clear indication of huge appetite for business and investment in our two countries. But most importantly is because of your presence and your support to the private sector development. Your Excellencies, your presence here today is a strong indication of the close historical ties between our two nations. Our powerful message as a private sector in Kenya and Tanzania is to widen and deepen investment trade relations for the mutual benefits of our two countries. Your Excellencies, today's Business Forum is a very important and a timely opportunity for Tanzania and Kenya business community to meet, discuss, exchange experiences with a view to highlight success, challenges, and most important, proposed solution for sustainable private sector development for trade opportunities between our two countries. Kindly allow me to mention a few. Number one is the value of collaboration. There should be a strong collaboration between Kenya and Tanzania business community to accelerate our economic recovery given the current COVID-19 pandemic. All of us has taken lessons, especially in having collaborative and harmonized approaches. This business forum is an opportunity to engage on various key areas, be it tourism, agriculture, digital economy, infrastructure, investments, projects that can create jobs, and rules of PPP. In recovery of various economy, we need to position our two countries to attract investments, working together as collective, first and foremost, is very critical. Number two, upholding trust and mutual respect. These are crucial elements in our bilateral investments and trade engagements. We should enhance trust and mutual respect between our economic actors. Number three, investment in value addition. Our countries are endowed with natural resource and comparative advantage, which must be properly harnessed so they contribute significantly to our economies. We must challenge the conventional thinking and innovatively use our resources to drive positive change. We must together exploit such potential for the benefit of our countries by investing in value addition and processing industries. Number four, increase bilateral trade between our two countries. Despite the fact that there is significant trade between Kenya and Tanzania, great potential still exists given the opportunities available. However, this is being undermined by persistence of recurring NTBs and technical barriers and SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary measures that limit the capacity of manufacturers to enter regional markets for their products. In conclusion, I wish to thank you, Your Excellencies, once again for honoring us with the presence today. I also extend my sincere thanks to all members of the business community present here. Thank you all for your time and participation. We look forward to affirmative actions that will address the existing investment and trade issue that has been highlighted above for the mutual benefit of our nation and our people. God bless Kenya, God bless Tanzania, God bless Africa. Thank you for your attention.
Kwa ruhusa yako Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba sasa nimwalike Madam Caroline Kariuki Karuga asame mafupi tafadhali. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, High Excellency, President SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, the President of Tanzania, all protocols have been observed. You will forgive me for my bad Swahili, so I will stick to English for today, but in our next meeting, I'll have polished a bit of my Swahili. Let me just introduce Kenya Private Sector Alliance to you, High Excellency, who we are very, very proud to have you today, and we are looking forward to a really good engagement. The Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, is the apex body of the private sector in Kenya that brings together the local and foreign business associations, Chamber of Commerces, corporates, as multinational companies, large corporates, SMEs, and startups from all sectors of the economy under one umbrella to enable them speak in one voice when engaging government and other stakeholders on cross-cutting policy issues affecting private sector development. KEPSA supports business with training, opportunities to network, financial linkages, mentorships and coaching, access to markets, value chains, and access to investment opportunities. We are basically the federation of associations, and many of them are represented here, and they cover all the sectors and in all parts of the country. And so I'll be speaking on the behalf of the private sector in Kenya today. And since my colleague from the TPSF, which is the KEPSA of Tanzania, has highlighted some of the areas that we want to look at, I'll be basically looking at some of the areas that we want to discuss in terms of just the specifics. But before I do that, one of the things that we've realized, Kenya and Tanzania are basically at the same level with GDP and in terms of FDI, when you look at the numbers, so that we realize we are really, really brothers and sisters of the same father, maybe different mothers. Tanzania has been growing, has been a growth hub in the past decade, recording an average of GDP growth of 6.3 annually between 2010 and 2019, and doubling the size of its economy from $32 billion and to $63.2 billion. Kenya's growth in the same period averaged about 5.8%. Basically, we are the same, increasing its GDP from $40 billion to $95.5 billion. In terms of foreign FDI, our two countries have continued to attract significant investments in the region. In 2018, Kenya attracted $1.6 billion in FDI inflows and $1.3 billion in 2019, majorly on two ICT and health sectors, while Tanzania in the same period attracted $1.06 billion and $1.1 billion respectively in 2018 and 2019. Kenya is a key partner and the largest source of African foreign direct investment into Tanzania. And I will not go into the numbers in the interest of time. We note with appreciation the continued implementation of policy reforms towards improving the business environment and facilitate investments in both our countries. Tanzania has attracted immense investments in its mining and energy industries. Kenya, by the same token, has been celebrated as a scion in ease of doing business reforms that have been spearheaded by you, Your Excellency, in your usual roundtables with KEPSA that helped the ease of doing business move from 136 in 2015 to 56 currently, and we're looking to work on the competitiveness index this year. By working together, our two countries stand a better chance of accelerating our economic recovery from COVID COVID-19, attracting investments in joint areas of comparative advantage, and position us to benefit immensely from the emerging opportunities of the African Continental Free Trade Area. KEPSA has established strong partnerships and trade relationships in Tanzania by signing an MOU with TPSF, which is our counterpart, in April 2018. We jointly Made in Tanzania Expo with TPSF in KICC and facilitated successful B2B matchmaking opportunities. By working together on areas of joint comparative advantages of both countries, our business communities can exploit several opportunities with government support. This includes tourism and marketing both countries as one destination, our common tea and coffee, music, doing collabos, for all of us who know what that is, twinning up with music, value chains of our products, e.g. coconut farming, horticulture, and building large industries because of our combined raw materials and labor, and we can create jobs in both countries. Creative industry has witnessed remarkable growth in both countries, fueled by the commonality of the Swahili language. The meteoric rise of bongo music flavor, especially among the urban youth in Kenya and Tanzania, is testament of social cohesion brought about by bongo music, which technically originated from Tanzania. Key Tanzanian artists such as Ali Kiba and Asib Abdul Juma Isaac, popularly known by his stage name Diamond Platinum, have particularly reaped it big in the creative industry because of overwhelming support from Kenyans through concerts and events promotion. Not to forget our own Sauti Sol, who have equally amassed a religious following in Tanzania, thanks to the shared culture, value system, and language between the two partner states. And this can be really a big income earner and jobs for the two countries. To address the trade barriers and enhance investment growth opportunities in both our countries, KEPSA convened a consultative meeting in January 2021 between the two high commissioners, who we are very, very grateful to both of them, Honorable Dan Kazungu from Kenya and his Tanzanian counterpart, Dr. John Stephan Zimbachawane, who will discuss possible solutions to trade barriers between both countries. Your Excellencies, the following are some of the major issues of major concern raised during the joint meeting with our two ambassadors, which we have discussed this morning between the two business communities, and we'll just share with you a little bit of our conclusions. And what my counterpart said, prevalence of NTBs.
You aspire to join, and we have just touched on jurisdiction, which is really the main thing here, and I want us to remain there for a minute. Is such court as a narrow-minded person could say that the jurisdiction is narrow. Okay, would you agree?
Yes, no. One, okay, if you were to strictly follow the jurisdiction donated by the Constitution, you would easily say, okay, in terms of original jurisdiction, they are just involved in election petitions to, the president. Then, but over time, the Supreme Court has asserted it is a rightful place in authoritatively setting clear it is jurisdiction. So, in as much as there is some limits to that jurisdiction, the Supreme Court has risen to the occasion and has gone even beyond to develop the one I've called residual jurisdiction, which allows now the court to go deeper. And there are so many cases which come in mind when you talk about this jurisdiction. So I think
The thing I can say is that it is not narrow. It is wide enough, depending on the interpretation the court can apply within the constitutional framework and legislative framework.
Thank you, Judge. My Lord, please tell us how a Chapter 4 issue, Chapter 4 of the Constitution, of course,
yes,
gets to the Supreme Court. Chapter 4, I believe, is still the Bill of Rights.
Yes.
So how do those issues get to the Supreme Court?
Okay, this one gets to the Supreme Court directly, not directly, but when you look at Article 23 or 22, when you look at the interpretation of the Bill of Rights, the court is directed to promote and protect these rights or the rights of the people by. And you see, these are rights which cannot be derogable. Some of them cannot be taken away with. So now it reaches the Supreme Court. If you now say, okay, I was before the High Court, I went to the Court of Appeal. If it is a matter where you have applied the Constitution, you have applied to interpret the Constitution, then that's how it gets now to the Supreme Court.
My Lord, is there a bar to a litigant who claims a breach of Chapter 4 rights,
yes,
to initiate their claim in the first instance in the Supreme Court?
The wording of Chapter 4, the wording does not bar strictly one from approaching the Supreme Court directly.
Thank you, my Lord.
Yes.
Now, the various jurisdictions of the court, can they be discussed in one case? Can one case bring all the 6 or so different issues of jurisdiction in one case for the court to determine?
I look at it that looking the various jurisdictions, you may not separate, but you look at the dominant, I think you look at the dominant issue that arises, then you can deal together with the other issues that belong to other jurisdictions.
Please give us the locus on that one. The locus clausus.
It's escaped my mind, but I know I read it.
Yes, you surely did, yes. And it is the Twaha case?
Yes.
My Lord, this court that my Lord wishes to join has a unique power that is not given to the other courts, and it is the power to depart from its decisions. Would my Lord please discuss the issue of departing from a previous decision and reviewing a past decision?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. It is provided by the Constitution that the Supreme Court can depart from its previous decision. And I think the reasoning, the basis behind this is to allow the Supreme Court latitude to develop jurisprudence and settle the law in a given or given scenarios. When it comes now to review, there is a decision I read, and it clearly, in fact, it sort of like contradicts itself. It specifically says the Supreme Court cannot review its decision. And shortly thereafter it says, okay, in certain instances, the Supreme Court has the right to review its decision. That keeps me, I'm still wondering, I'm still digesting how you can take from one hand, on the other hand, you qualify. Yes.
When did my Lord read that judgment, and what judgment is my Lord referring to?
I cannot...
All right, I'll direct you to the judgment. It's a judgment of water?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, please tell us where you think the court has contradicted itself.
In one hand, they say yes, it is clear the Supreme Court cannot review its decision. However, in certain situations where there is fraud and all that, the Supreme Court can now step in and review.
Is there a contradiction, my Lord, or is it to say that it is in these instances that the court... Look, there's something called finality of judgment, right?
Yes.
So the court in saying, but if we found the existence of the following things, then we are called upon to depart, review.
I agree with you, Commissioner, because, okay, I agree with you, but however, you see, looking at it, because it started with finality, that the Supreme Court cannot review its decisions. However, there are situations where it can review. So it can cause some bit of, do you have a right? How do you even now seek for review? Do you have at what level? So that now the first statement sort of like clogging you from really exercising that jurisdiction.
Isn't that, my Lord, the dynamism required of a judge sitting at the apex court, knowing that as we do, from there you can't go anywhere else?
I think you have convinced me to agree. Okay.
I didn't set out to convince you. I set out for you to discuss with us and see if God grants that you sit on that court, how you would look at matters differently, and in the process, therefore, develop a rich jurisprudence. My Lord, ordinarily in the High Court, you sit as a single judge.
Yes.
With absolute power to do with a case as you understand it. Now, in this court, the least you will sit is 5, unless you are duty judge, and there your jurisdiction is not that expansive. Are there any challenges of a multi-judge bench? If the answer is yes, what are they? And if the answer is no, then that's fine. But again, too, are there any benefits to be derived from sitting in a multi-judge bench, my Lord?
Okay. Yes, there are challenges in a multi-judge bench, and of course there are benefits. One of the challenges is there are so many challenges. One, is where the multi-bench, the judges sitting there, their diaries may not tally, so that it may...
No. In the Supreme Court,
yes,
the diaries must tally,
yes,
because you can't sit unless you're 5.
yes.
Okay, so I want us to address the issues as at the Supreme Court, because that's where you want to go. And we want to see, whether this has exercised to your mind.
Yes, okay. I am looking at where now judges have, say some of them maybe will have recused themselves. So it may cause some bit of, it may cause a delay in that you will have to reconstitute the bench.
Let me direct you, redirect you, my lord.
Yes.
We are sitting 5 of us, and there's no issue of recusal. We're just sitting the 5 of us.
Yes.
Okay? And we are ready to sit. Any challenges? It's not a deficiency in quorum. It is that we are out there, we are ready. What are we looking for?
Looking at the question of collegiality, in that if because you may disagree, which is your right to do so, then write separate judgments. If where you disagree now, where you have a majority decision, where you have a dissenting decision. So I'm looking at that one as a challenge, although positively looking, it's a benefit in that you will be able to enrich the jurisprudence. However, the main challenge, of course, would be whether you have that collegiality with you. I think that would be my thinking.
My lord, would collegiality solve the problem of individuals who never welcome the ideas of anybody else? They're always right and everyone else is wrong. Would collegiality solve the problem of, I come with this kind of baggage and you're not taking me out of it, I'm politically aligned, my faith does not allow me to do things this way, my lord?
Then thank you. Then it goes to what I earlier said. Then now since you are free to write separate judgments, that is a matter you can deal with that way. Although the other way would be, I'm just thinking aloud, that perhaps we will have to really engage JTI to give us a forum where we can, deal with such issues. JTI, yes, so that we can have seminars, we can, so that we can discuss. If we don't agree, we have the general, idea that you can write your separate judgments.
I thank you, my lord, and wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting CJ. Thank you, Your Honor. I will now request Judge Wasame to ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Judge, welcome once again.
Thank you.
Let's have a discussion on, my lord, on this case which you said is a fundamental and landmark case which you have attached, the KMJ case.
Yes.
And in that case, the petitioner sought 15
Commissioner, again,
yes,
just so that I'm told there is already an appeal. So I don't know how we will...
We'll just discuss your...
Okay, sorry,
yes.
Sorry.
In that case, there were 15 reliefs sought by the petitioner.
Yes.
I don't know whether you're aware.
I'm aware, because I was the one who...
And you made a determination on only 4 out of the 15.
Yes.
isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes.
What happened to the other 11 reliefs sought by the
thank you
petitioner?
What happened is that we critically went through all those 15 reliefs. Some of them had been overtaken by events because they were seeking to say stop the. Some of them they were seeking to stop the process of election, which had already taken place. Some of them were seeking to stop even the JSE from continuing with the interviews. Some of them were seeking to stop some judges from assuming office because they were not. So there was so we determined each and every one of them. Some of them were overtaken by events. So we took those ones which were relevant and present. Yeah, some of them were overtaken by events.
The first 8 reliefs.
Yes.
Was about KMJA.
Yes.
It is constitution, whether it was null and void, and many other things.
Yes.
And I have noted that you have not dealt with those reliefs. Why?
Okay, it's all right. The KMJA constitution later on was amended at some point. So it made some of those reliefs overtaken by events.
But it's not clear from the judgment what happened to the relief sought and the decision you have arrived at. Other than saying,
yes,
these ones were dealt with on Guto, these ones were spent without any basis. Yes, anybody reading the judgment,
yes,
you said 1, 2, 3 was dealt, almost 4 was dealt with on Guto in a judgment.
Yes.
Then others you said it is spent. But
yes,
from reading the judgment, I don't know whether you discussed how they were spent.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Commissioner. What we did is that we had access to these decisions of Onguto, and so we were able to decipher that this one has been dealt with, and we critically examined all those, and that's why we reduced the number of prayers to that.
I don't know whether you are getting me, my lord.
Yes.
Other than saying these reliefs were dealt with by Onguto.
Yes.
J.
Yes.
In certain case.
Yes.
If I am reading the judgment for the first time and I have not read Onguto how he has dealt with, yes, it is not clear from this judgment how Onguto dealt with those reliefs and how you people arrived at the decision. That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Judge Osama, with respect, if that is in the appeal, would it affect this discussion?
No.
It's okay.
Okay. If you look at the judgment, of course, is the outcome of the proceedings we had. So if you look at the proceedings giving rise to this judgment, you will easily notice that those were captured. And that's why the judgment was just referring to, this was dealt with in the Onguto matter. But if you were to look at the judgment alone, you may get lost.
You may get lost.
You may get lost.
That's what I'm...
Yes.
Again, my lord, and you said you're a very experienced judge. I confirm you are also a very experienced judge. You are almost a professor now. What tools do you use when interpreting a provision of the Constitution? What is the tool you use?
I don't know whether we can say the tool or we adopted the purposive interpretation of the Constitution as directed under Section 259.
Yes.
Yes.
And the Constitution provides for the 4 values you can use in interpreting a provision or an article of the Constitution.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Is it within the boundary of a judge or the power of a judge to declare an article unconstitutional?
An article of the Constitution?
Yes.
That one you are not allowed. The Constitution is, because the Constitution speaks for itself. Speaks to itself. No provision can destroy the other. So you cannot declare a constitutional provision unconstitutional.
You cannot?
Yes.
And what was at stake is Article 171, 2D. In fact, the whole of Article 171.
Yes.
Whether the JSC, who is allowed to represent the JSC and through elections and appointment.
Yes.
Is a judge allowed, for example, to say F, the one which is dealing with advocates, 1 man, 1 woman, 15 years. Is a judge allowed to say this one is not allowed? You must reduce the period to 2 years, or we should have 2 ladies or 2 men. Is the judge allowed to do that in interpreting that article?
I'm not getting it so clearly. What saying is a judge allowed to sort of interpret differently?
Yes, from
the text of the Constitution.
Yes.
You are not allowed to do that, but what can happen is that you will have to read the objective of the Constitution. What was the objective of the Constitution? What was the meaning of the, because we took time to interpret like this provision. It took us a long time to really come up with the interpretation we came to, because we also put other factors into play. Like now, just like the way I had mentioned, like now, these are judges and these are magistrates. Did the Constitution intend that all of them elect this judge and magistrate, or the Constitution wanted the cadres of these courts to separately elect their representatives? That's how we came.
That's why I'm asking you, yes. Where do I go if I want to interpret that provision of the article? Where do I go to give it meaning? Because I'm not a magician.
Yes.
To know the intention and the purpose of the people of Kenya. Yes. Because this constitution went through a referendum.
Yes.
It was approved overwhelmingly.
Yes.
So where do I find as a judge to give meaning?
And say purposively, you need to expand you need to take stock of the meaning of this article, and that is, and we took so many other, we took so many other precedents, we took into account precedents from other jurisdictions also too.
Have you heard about the principle legislating from the bench?
Yes.
You have heard about it?
Yes.
What does it mean to you?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've heard it, but we were not legislating. We were just being
I didn't say you are legislating, my lord.
Yes.
Yes. I'm asking about that principle.
Okay.
And I'm finalizing. Yes.
If we are legislating really is where you interpret a particular legislation or constitutional provision. This may give rise to recommendations to the other bodies to do, and that's why we even directed KMJA to amend their constitution to conform with the constitution of the country.
The point I'm making to you, my lord, and
yes.
That's what we have agreed. I think this is what you said initially.
Yes.
A judge is not allowed to declare a particular article unconstitutional.
Yes.
That's allowed.
Yes. No, it's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Yes.
And when you're interpreting the Constitution, you rightly pointed out, you use the parameters set out under Article 259.
Yes.
So where did you get the powers now to deal with that article?
Of course, it is just like, because the same article gives you power to give a purposive interpretation to conform with the object of the Constitution.
Thank you very much, my lord. I wish you well. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Judge. Judge Majaja, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And once again, good afternoon, my lord.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
We have looked at your sample writings, and I must say you are you have presented 3 journal articles on the subject of traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. 3 articles which I have read and are a very good exposition of the law. And I believe this is your expert area.
Yes, yes.
And then you have presented 2 judgments of the High Court where you are part of a bench of 3. So I'll just ask you, not necessarily about, they are very impressive, very well done, but I just want us to deal with some issues of jurisprudence, some of them arising from what my colleagues have dealt with. First and foremost, probably, and for the benefit not only of us, but of the public, this area of alternative dispute resolution. What is the difference between alternative justice system and alternative dispute resolution?
Yes. Okay. This one is a debate we had, like when I was sitting in the task force. We call it the politics of name. So that now we discuss alternative justice systems. We try to distinguish the 2 and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. When we looked at the alternative justice systems, we wanted, because now we wanted to depart from ADR. ADR, of course, has both written and unwritten there are written or unwritten systems. When it comes to AJS, we were looking basically, we can say the traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, which are out there.
So it's the assumption that every community had their own justice system.
Yes, yes.
Which now you wanted the formal justice system to ride on.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And very briefly, 2 key, so you did the task force.
Yes.
You went around.
Yes.
2 key findings, just give us in brief 2 key findings of your task force.
Yes.
And how they can be implemented to improve access to justice.
Okay. One key finding which we found in our field study is that these alternative justice systems are outside there, and they have gained prominence, particularly in far-flung areas in the country, where you look at now and say, yes, in this area, the alternative is the formal justice system. But the living law, the practical aspects that take root in the community is the AJS. For example, like you go to a place like Kericho, you will find a whole system, like Elgeyo, a whole system which is like the formal justice system. They even have records. They even know how, like, if there is a case, they even know, they have records kept at the chief's office. They even know when a particular litigant has been coming, is there a repeat offender, and all that. So it is one key factor is these systems are living and kicking in the outside there, but they are not recognized by the formal justice system. But they are saying that we are going on. So that's one aspect. So now what can we do? So saying yes, can we propose a mechanism where both the formal justice system and the informal justice system, which AJS now, can have a link? And that's why we're proposing we should have a link. And that proposal is a form of policy, which the steering committee will look into. Then the second key finding also, which we found, is that these systems there, the practitioners there, are aware that the Constitution has put in the repugnancy clause, some of the practices. So they feel, yes, their practices have been limited. So now, they say now, how do we deal with this? So now what called upon is how can the alternative justice system and the formal justice system talk to each other so that we have referrals from AJS and referrals from the formal justice system.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have also seen that in having worked out of Nairobi, you have been very keen on promoting alternative justice systems and the benefits associated with it. And that brings me to the next question, which I'm sure you are alive to. There has been a complaint, I'm sure you are aware of it, by ICJ and Kenya Human Rights Commission.
Yes.
In respect of some matters which you handled, where the persons were accused of murders.
Yes.
They then negotiated a plea agreement, and you sentenced them to probation. The complaint is this, that though the law provides for reconciliation, these people had been accused of felonies.
Yes.
And Section 176 of the Criminal Procedure Code does not apply, the one that allows the court to promote reconciliation,
yes,
does not apply to felonies,
yes,
in these cases.
Yes.
What is your answer to that?
Okay, that one is okay. I had answered, but to clarify,
you're telling the public it is public now.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The situation I was dealing with is where, which you have correctly pointed out, where the offense of murder, by virtue of an agreement between the state and the suspects or accused persons, agreed to have the offense of murder reduced to manslaughter. So having convicted the accused persons with the offense of manslaughter, what kicks in now, the sentence. What is the appropriate sentence? And so we're not dealing with like under Section 176. We're dealing with what is the appropriate sentence that the court can give. So you call now for reports. And one of the reports this is a comprehensive report, right from the provincial administration, from the community leaders, from the victims, from the victim's family and the family of the accused, and the community at large. So now you get a report saying, yes, if this person is not, we have reconciled. That's one. We have, even as at the community level, we have prepared cleansing ceremonies. We have agreed on compensation traditionally. Then apart from other factors, like now saying, yes, though you have reconciled, you have done all this, then is this person acceptable to come back to community? Say, yes, we are acceptable. If the court can give us him and can give him to us, we will deal with it. And that's the context in which I now said, okay, and I also took account of the period he served in, you remember those years, there was no bail. So I took all those factors, then said, okay, this one can fit this number of years, this one can go on probation and all that. That's how I dealt with all those cases.
Okay. So you dealt with it as a case of sentencing in manslaughter?
Yes.
Not a case of 176?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. Let me now go back to the other issues. In the two judgments you gave us are joint judgments of 3 judges. Eh?
Yes.
Of course, as a judge of long experience, you have written your own individual judgment.
Yes.
Can you tell us the justification, and I would like to hear from you, the justification of judges writing, particularly in the High Court, what is the justification of writing a joint judgment?
Okay. One of the main justification of writing a joint judgment, of course, the main one, okay, is that if we have conferenced and agreed on all issues, then we can save judicial time by writing a joint judgment. Otherwise, basically, if we were to write separate judgments, you could easily test the jurisprudence from each and every judge.
So is there anything that stops anybody from writing single judgments?
There isn't. There isn't.
And say you go to the Supreme Court, when you get there, what justification would you give for writing a single judgment?
Where it is a unanimous by the court?
Unanimous single judgment. What would be the kind of justification you would give for that kind of judgment?
Okay, I look at it from the position of if you have conferenced, it's a collegiate court, you have agreed it should go this way, then you may be justified to say yes, okay, even if I'm writing a concurring jurisdiction, you can as well make your notes, but that does not mean you have written a separate judgment.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. You mentioned that you represented the OGIEC at some point, eh?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights?
Yes.
Why is it referred to the Charter on Human and People's Rights?
Yes.
Why is it? You have the United Nations Declaration on Civil, but this one is very specific, African Charter on Human and People's Rights.
This one arose, I think, from the Maputo Protocol. Yes.
No, the Maputo Protocol came much later.
Yes.
So I'm talking about the Charter itself, the Charter. Why is it African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and not African Charter on Human Rights?
Okay, I may not have read the background of that one, so let me not guess.
Okay.
Yes.
And now that you mentioned Maputo Protocol,
yes.
Just give me, say, one important provision of the Maputo Protocol which you think is important.
The protocol is basically, okay, its objective was to protect the rights of women and girls in Africa. Yes.
And any key provision that you think is important?
Is it provision number 3? Is it Article Clause 3?
What does it say?
It talks about the directing the African governments to ensure that you put in policies, legislation, or other interventions which make sure that the rights of women and girls are protected. And of course, the basis of also the Maputo Protocol is it arises from other conventions also.
Okay.
Like CEDAW and all that.
Just on that, Kenya has made certain reservations on that protocol. Do you know any of the reservations?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, you refer to something called residual jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. I would like to hear about that residual jurisdiction.
I think basically the way I captured it is that, and it arose, I think, from the, is it Mutu or Synergy case? It says, okay, where there is no provision that gives the Supreme Court whether jurisdiction, it can invoke, it is residual, inherent power or residual jurisdiction to deal with.
Was it talking about its own jurisdiction or the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal?
It was talking, okay, by inference, the Court of Appeal, but by inference, it was also talking about itself, where you, as a court of, superior court, at that level, you are able to intervene. You cannot fold your hand.
So are you saying that, in fact, the Supreme Court has jurisdiction to deal with serious miscarriages of justice? If there is a serious miscarriage of justice, do you think the Supreme Court has can assert jurisdiction? Say there is a serious injustice, and from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, can the Supreme Court say, yes, this is a serious miscarriage of justice?
And that's exactly what the Supreme Court was saying, that we cannot fold our hands. If there is a serious miscarriage of justice, we can deal with it.
Do you recall when the Supreme Court Act was enacted?
In 2012?
Yes. When it was enacted, and there was a clause there saying that the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over miscarriage of justice. You recall that?
Yes.
And what was said about that clause?
Where, and because I remember it was there to address past injustices. You remember the case of Royal Media and the owner of Royal Media, Macharia, and all. So the Supreme Court was coming up and developing those.
So in that one, what did by the way, what did the SK Macharia? Because it's a critical case. It's one of the first cases. So what did the Court of Appeal say in Royal?
The Supreme Court declined to take up the issue, saying there is finality.
Yes, and why? Why particularly?
They saw the way I saw. There seems to be, it wasn't a matter of public whatever. It was sort of private, and the private right had not transcended to public interest.
Okay. All I can say is that provision was declared unconstitutional, miscarriage, because the court did not have jurisdiction. Thank you very much, and wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Judge Majaja. Honorable Masharia Hanjero, your turn.
Thank you, my lord. Just a few questions. Now, my lord, I've just to take up from where my colleague, Commissioner Majanja, has left. You know, I noticed from your writings, you've made extensive reference to this customary law, this alternative justice system, the traditional and the customary one. As it has been said, it seems to be your area of expertise. It's one area that you seem to be in line with. Now, but my question is that, which also, of course, is intertwined with a bit of a concern, is that you see, when you look at the application of this customary law and the traditional practices, they end up a lot of times being patriarchal in nature, and it influences even the thought processes of many of us who, when it comes to dispute resolution, it favors one gender against the other, and also when it comes, say, to the rights of the vulnerable within the society, becomes a danger. Which brings me to the question, how do you guard against that? Because this traditional practices, the customary law, has been justified actually to continue with that aspect of marginalization of those who are disadvantaged.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Those are some of the pertinent issues raised both in my research and during the time we were carrying out field study in the task force. One to answer you is that customary law is dynamic. And I can give you a very good example in Kericho, in Isiolo. Even the composition of this panel of elders, women participate. They participate. So they have now, it's no longer patriarchal. It's sort of the women have been accepted. And two, these practitioners, courtesy of, I think, sensitization by civil society, they are aware that these practices must align itself with the constitution and the written law. So every time and then, the paralegals play a very important role in advising on how to go about. Even the composition of this, they will say, okay, can we have 1/3 of women, 2/3 of men? It's practical. They have done that. So, so to answer you in short, they are aware of their shortcomings, and some of these practices have been phased out, courtesy of this sensitization of the constitution, about the constitution to these people. And in fact, there is a proposal that there is more that should be taken to those villages to actually open access of justice, because we are locking out these people.
Yeah, but you see, my lord, why I'm raising this issue is that we have the constitution, we have the written law, the statutes that are very clear about most of these issues.
Yes.
Why not strictly just adhere to that, so that this uniformity among all communities? Because even among communities in itself, it also brings a contradiction, because there's a lot of intermarriage, this mixing of communities. So, for instance, if you have other communities among the Kipsigis, and so which law now do you apply in such a situation? So why not, in terms of moving the country forward, just say that we have this law that we've set, we've passed our constitution and all these other statutes, we just apply it for purposes of uniformity?
Thank you, Commissioner. These are issues which are there. So one, looking at Article 159, it directs the judiciary to promote alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, including traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. So it's the Constitution recognizes these practices. So now we can, and then it says, in applying these practices, the same should not be repugnant to justice and morality. The same should not be repugnant, should not contradict the Constitution and the written law. So we are guarded. And strictly speaking, the Constitution realized that yes, we are burying our heads in the sand. These practices are there. Why don't we bring them up? And then now be a source of law like any other laws that are, projected there. So we are sort of promoting the constitutional directives that we need to do. So we should not, phase them out. We only make them be aligned with the Constitution. Yes.
Exactly, my lord. You see, if there is no written law or something that is not captured even by the Constitution, I would understand where now we bring in our customary law practices to supplement or to fill in that gap.
Yes.
And you see, these concerns are genuine, because you still find in some certain communities where, for instance, murder has been committed.
Yes.
Then communities will say that let's reconcile. We pay, X number of camels, for instance, or stock, whatever it is. And to them, that is what they've always known since time immemorial, which, of course, contradicts again, our written laws regarding these felonies. Now, I don't know then how we'll deal with it, because see, as long as we continue encouraging the mix of both, it creates problems. Now, then another example is children.
Yeah.
See, there are some communities where a child of 11 to be given to an 80-year-old man is okay. It's not a big deal, Yet we have expressed definition of a child in the Marriage Act, Sexual Offences Act, the Constitution, this uniformity. So how do we move away from there as quickly as possible, by avoiding reference to these traditional customary law practices that we are promoting it under the Constitution, as you say, when in actual fact we should be moving away from it.
Okay. Okay. First, we agree there is a directive by the Constitution. Can we promote these practices so long as it conforms with the law? Two, there is already an AJS policy which actually discusses what you're saying. It discusses and even demarcates where some of the cases should not go there and should come here. And that's why there is this link. You want to create a link where there is referrals from this side and the other side. Yeah. So that now it captures what you're saying. It takes the subject matter and the procedure in which you should deal with. So we are looking at the substance, subject matter, and the procedure in which we will deal with those issues.
Yeah. Why the concern will continue arising, not respect but to you as a judge.
Yes.
I'm saying generally.
Yes.
Generally, it's nothing personal to you.
And so to go back, sorry.
Yeah, yes,
to go back, that's what I'm saying, it's unique because we even have the town council of elders comprising of several different communities. And these are traditional methods, so, and no one culture is superior about the other. Like there is one incident in Kericho, and there was a dispute between a Kisii and a Kisii. What did they do? They sat and said, okay, bring the elders from your community. We bring our elders from our community. We now discuss and draw rules of engagement. At the end of the day, when they looked at the way they resolved their disputes in Kisii and in Kericho, they agreed this is the way to go. These are where we have an agreement. I mean, we are in agreement that we can apply this, whatever. So that at the end of the day, they came up with a unanimous decision. So they are dynamic. So it captures what you are saying. We are different communities, but we can deal.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to living in harmony, that I agree. I'm referring now to where there is commission of offences or rights that affect, private rights, so to speak, particularly women and children. You see, the reason why, my lord, I'm saying that this situation will continue causing problems. If you look at now the three decisions that International Commission of Juries are complaining about, you can see this a pattern.
Yes.
Like, and I don't fault what you're saying, because as a judge, you are best placed to consider, of course, what was in issue. Like in the first matter where there was these two young men who had been charged with murder.
Yes.
Then ultimately you gave them a non-custodial sentence, right?
Yes.
And one of the reasons you gave was that, of course, it was a question of reconciliation, and even made reference to them going through, being allowed to go through the Kipsigi's traditional cleansing ratios, Now, then when you come to the second one, where again, this is the case of Stephen Kiprono, where again the fellow was charged with the murder of his wife.
Yes.
But then again, talked about reintegration and then the Kipsigi's customs and going through the cleansing ceremony.
Yes.
Then again, when they come to the third one, this fellow again, Joel Keter Moleo, who again, had killed someone under the influence of alcohol. Again, you allow that traditional dispute resolution. So you can see it's a pattern, but you see in all of them, people have lost lives. Now, I get disturbed when and I can understand where International Commission of Juries is coming from when they object to your line of, your jurisprudence.
Yes.
Now, if you are to go to the Supreme Court, this is the apex court. Now, at least in the High Court, somebody can appeal, to the Court of Appeal. But this is the apex court.
Yes.
If we allow people to be killing and then, we tell them that they can go through the cleansing, I mean, are we not going to create anarchy in the society?
Okay, I can understand your I can understand the way you are looking at it from the way you sit. This one, it was not the factors which were considered were not just the traditional methods of reconciliation and all that. I looked at also the fact that they were in custody for so many years. Actually, I went to that station when there was no judge for many, many years. So, and these were some of the proposals. And you see, it came from the
I don't doubt at all that it was well
intended. But your concern is taken into account.
You see, my problem is that courts, say like the Supreme Court, you'd say that it sets the standards. It's part of the system that will be used in determining how the society, will behave itself, how the direction it will take. Now, see, if that impression now becomes created, that's my worry, that at the Supreme Court, if that becomes now the standard and the society believes that's the way to go, it will create a big problem, in the society.
Commissioner, I'm dynamic, and we will evolve,
absolutely,
to up to the task.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all, my Lord.
Thank you very much, Commissioner General. Honorable Attorney General, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, my Lord, again.
Good afternoon, Commissioner AG.
Tell us a little about your judicial philosophy.
Yes.
You've told us a lot about what you have researched into. You have successfully defended your PhD. Over the years, I presume you have developed some personal legal philosophy which informs the way you conduct your affairs as a judge.
Okay. Thank you, AG Commissioner. I cannot pinpoint one specific thing, but what I know, my judicial philosophy is really opening access to justice. Opening access to justice. And by critically, applying the law, the facts, and of course the surrounding circumstances of each and every given case. So, I can say also it's mixed in that you would strictly say you are positively, you can strictly apply the text of the law, constitution, and at times you, like now the incident which we're discussing with fellow commissioner, is that you also apply other parameters like the purposive interpretation of the constitution. So you develop your judicial philosophy applying all these factors and law.
You don't have any particular passion towards gender or children or marginalized people? I mean, how do you see yourself in the event that you become one of the 7 judges in the Supreme Court? Which area do you see yourself as giving leadership and direction in the jurisprudential development of that court?
Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. When you look at where I come from practice to this level, you look at the marginalized communities, the minorities. So you would apply the law to promote, and part of it, of course, is expanding access to justice, not really being particular to, say, children, or you expand the access to justice to all these, marginalized groups, women, children, and all that. So it will come out clearly if you look at some of my judicial pronouncements.
And how do you hope to do that in the collegiate court?
Okay, in the collegiate court, of course, I will proceed the way I've been doing, develop, and with time also you develop, jurisprudence. With time, as you connect with various cases dealt with, as you have a collegiate with colleagues, you discuss, you also gain experience, and also give your input as a collegiate court. And where I can come in is where, if the proposal that each and every judge writes his or her judgment, that's where now I can come in and seek to promote that kind of jurisprudence. Yeah.
Now, your experience as a judge is not inconsiderable.
Yes.
But I think it is also equally fair to say that you haven't had much experience working in a collegiate court.
Yes.
Other than the instances you've sat as 2 or 3 judges, or maybe 5.
Yes.
Persuade us that this is not an impediment to your progressing to the Supreme Court.
Thank you. I agree. Serving in the High Court, you only get, depending on being appointed to serve in a college, a bench of more than one, so you may not easily have that kind of experience. However, the little experience that I've had, I believe when given the opportunity, I'm a quick learner. I'm able to fit in. I'm able to learn my ropes. And hopefully, the head of the court will organize training in conjunction with JTI, so that now we are able to gel and bring in my whatever experience I've had, and also learn from them. I'm a quick learner.
Thank you, my lord. Finally, if you've been watching any of the interviews, you know this is my pet question. You'll be joining a court which has been described as corrupt, where judges take bribes, etc. And because you're a judge, you're familiar with that background. In the event that you become the 7th member of that court, what steps would you take in collegiality with your colleagues to remove that stain on the court?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner AG. This is a very serious indictment against the court, and I believe if I succeed, it should be a question of now putting in, having of course a discussion with the court as that subject becomes a discussion of the court when we coalesce in a seminar or in a conference. so that now we should have methods and ways in which we as a court would put in communication mechanisms, would put in, because some of these, knowing, maybe looking at the reports from the various institutions which carried out maybe a survey, you would be able to say, okay, you would be able to pick why they think the court is corrupt. So the first thing is I would wish to persuade the court that yes, can we look at these reports which were conducted? Then we'll be able to address fully, is it a question of communication? Is it a question of a delay of cases? So that with this delay of cases, then we will put in mechanisms in which we can deal with. Is it a question of real corruption or it's just perception? So I would go that way, Commissioner.
Thank you, my lord, and good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable the Attorney General. Honorable Commissioner Gishu, it is your chance to engage the judge.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good. I might be very brief, but I also want to focus to one issue to you as a state officer as we proceed on to Supreme Court, God willing, and you are still a state officer in the High Court. Would you share with the Commission at the current station where you are, how you have promoted Article 232(1) on values and principles of public service as it relates to efficiency and productivity of your court, where you are currently?
Yes.
How?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I earlier stated I am based at Melemane Civil Division. And of course I've engaged in case management.
Case management?
Case management, so that we put in policies in which we can expedite some of the old cases which have been pending for long. And I have even been appointed as the chair of case disposal, and so that now you pick the old cases, deal with it effectively. And then there is also the question of optimum utilization of staff that we have there. So that now, as we deal with this question of efficiency, is to ensure that the lean staff that we have there, when carrying out this exercise of picking out the files and all that, they are given a chance to do that. So we even borrow from other divisions and deal with that. So that's one of the areas where I can say I've brought in or promoted efficiency.
Good.
Yes.
Would you share the Commission the tools that you have used as far as staff is concerned? One of the tools that you have used.
Okay, one of the tools, of course, is having a brief training on the task ahead. Of course, we identified first which files should we deal with first, and train the staff, those who are supposed to deal with them, then pick out, then categorize, and then liaise with the presiding judge. We deal with how do we assign judges. Then we even call out for service weeks so that we can deal with them.
Okay.
Yes.
Looking at the report from the Directorate of Planning,
yes,
I see that from 2016 to 2018,
yes,
you are doing very well.
Yes.
Quite good.
Yes.
But from 2019 onwards,
yes,
it's something different. Why?
You're talking about our court?
Specifically your court. 2019, 2020, you are going down. Why?
I have not interacted with the report, so I may not easily know whether it's the one they gave us, or I'm not.
Okay, you could just look at it.
Yes, yes.
Let's move on now to the Supreme Court, where you want to go.
Yes.
And I want us to look at the strategic plan for the year 2020 going on to 2024.
Yes.
And the Supreme Court on 13th of September 2018, they did establish a committee that was coming up with a strategic plan.
Yes.
Their mission statement: facilitate socio, economic, and political growth of Kenya. Facilitate socio, economic, and political growth in Kenya. What will be your contribution to that statement, or to the realization of that statement? Two contributions that you make.
Talking about promotion of social, economic, and political
growth in Kenya at the Supreme Court level. That is a statement they have committed themselves.
Yes, of course. One of the objectives of the Supreme Court is to promote the supremacy of the Constitution.
Honorable Judge, just focus yourself on the three pillars that I've talked about in the mission statement. Facilitate social, that's one. Economic, two. Political growth in Kenya. It's a Supreme Court.
Okay, I wanted to bring the background so that now, okay, I can go straight away. When it comes to social, economic, and political growth, I'm looking at the role of Supreme Court in its development, in its jurisprudential development, is to look at matters touching on social and economic and political growth in this country by focusing on, say, delivery of service. Say, like for example, if you have social economic rights that are being breached, you are able to deal with them at that level that can settle the law when it comes to, like now when they dealt with the Mitubel case, where they had to pronounce itself on social economic rights.
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted you to tie that with Article 10, but we can still proceed on.
Yes.
In the same plan, strategic plan they have, one of the strategic objectives that they have, as far as performance is concerned, is to sustain and improve performance management. Improve performance management. What interventions would you recommend for them to do that, to realize that?
Yeah, the main intervention that has been in place and is continuing is the question of entrenching performance measurement and management.
Good. Yes. That's good. My last question, Chair, relates to public finance, management of public finance, which is very critical for every state officer. And Article 12 of it, Chapter 12 of the Constitution is very clear on how you manage public finance. Would you share with the Commission 3 of those principles that would guide you as you manage public finance? And I'm sure you are going to be a member of a committee, you'll be managing finances there.
There is the question of openness and accountability. Two, there is the question of entrenching public participation in public policy. Yes.
Question is, how are you going to promote that? How?
Okay, look, now the question of openness and accountability. If you serve in a committee, I believe there are accounting systems which should be placed if you are supposed to handle a particular finance in a particular committee. I believe there is that accountability bit of it.
The Honorable General did around today's idea alone. in the event that you come across something that is not proper in terms of managing those public finance, I won't call it corruption or wastage.
Yes.
What would be your first reaction as a state officer?
Is to, of course, to report and seek for, to report to the accounting authority. I mean, so that you are able to now engage in, fighting it and having that particular officer accountable.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Shohi. Thank you, Your Honor. Commissioner Koskei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Let me pick it from where my fellow commissioners left. What really motivated you to apply for this position? And tying to that, what are you bringing into Supreme Court? Having in mind your wealth of experience of almost 19 years in High Court and also some other 11, 12 years in private practice.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hope to bring to the Supreme Court my many years experience in the High Court, and secondly, I hope also to bring to the Supreme Court my rich research skills and research and writing skills that I have obtained having undergone further studies. And three, I will also bring to the Supreme Court my attributes as a collegial judge. I also bring in my attributes as a persuasive judge and so many other factors.
Okay, then what motivated you for applying for this job?
Okay, of course, one, you seek for promotion. I have the qualification and the vacancy is there. And in order to further my jurisprudential development and to serve the people of Kenya, I was motivated to go there.
Okay. My second question is on judiciary and economic growth of this country. And there was a piece on a newspaper about 3 weeks ago, which I want to quote. It says that although Nairobi has been positioning itself as a business hub and gateway to East and Central Africa for global companies seeking to make an entry into the regional market, it does not match this narrative with a commitment to improve its judicial systems to provide for speedy and just resolution of business disputes and enforcement of contracts. Now that you are in judiciary and you are now seeking for promotion to Supreme Court, how will you help judiciary or judiciary leadership to improve judicial systems so that it can provide for speedy and just resolution of business disputes?
Of delivery of judgments in this country. So I would come in, if given a chance, to have or to give ideas on how we can expedite the determination of these cases. Of course, one of the key factors, which among so many other factors, is the delay of delivery of judgments could have been caused by, non-appointment of judges. Then the other one is, of course, if we strengthen now the way the judiciary is doing under SJT, the question of ICT, they are actually focusing on delivery of service. And if we can strengthen and persuade Treasury to give us or to give the judiciary more money, I think we will improve and go ahead. So I'm looking at ICT and the numbers of judges to expedite the judges and magistrates to expedite the hearing of cases, and of course proper monitoring. There should be proper monitoring in the delivery of justice by the various heads of division, so that we can put objective measures to make sure that we deliver. Otherwise, judiciary has really tried, but because of these other factors which came in, lack of financing, collapse of ICT infrastructure, because there is no money, no appointment of judges and all this. So this could be some of the factors I would engage in the relevant judiciary head.
Thank you. My last question is on community service. You say that you always host some elderly people.
Yes.
From your village or yes, from your area. Did you say weekly or monthly for lunch?
Luncheons weekly?
Weekly luncheons for
yes,
elderly people.
For elderly.
And during the luncheons, yes, there are so many researchers who come to interview them, to get more information that perhaps will enable them even do their research, get their academic qualifications, and many other things.
Yes.
Are you treating it as a community service, or you are treating it as a forum for, socialization where people interact and get information? Because community service is giving to the society. How is this tied to community service now? Bearing in mind it's once a week, and then there are so many other activities that goes around it that may not be actually be community service. Could you expound on that so that we can really understand whether it is community service or not?
Thank you, Commissioner. We've identified in this forum or this place, we've identified old men 65 and above. And from where I come from, there are actually very few. There are about 10, 15. And they come from their homes. So there's a place where we sit. They come from their homes, come take their lunch, relax, exchange ideas, and then go home. And most of these are elderly, those who do not have, who are not endowed. Those who are retirees and they are endowed, they are not. There's a proper vetting. So in the process, people who are doing research have identified and said, yes, I think this is a place we can go, and then get, to document and record their traditional cultures and all that, so that it's sort of like a repository of knowledge also for the community. So it's more of a community service. Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Koskei. It's now the chance for Honorable Rade to ask her questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
The Criminal Procedure Code,
yes,
provides for victim impact statements.
Yes.
And the Victim Protection Act actually goes into details and gives us guidelines on how to go about obtaining those,
yeah,
and also who should be giving those statements. What is the place of victim impact statements in your discretion when it comes to sentencing?
Okay, when it comes to victim impact, which is a must actually to be recorded, it is very important in that you will be able to gauge whether there is any reconciliation that has taken place with these people. And secondly, you will also be able to see, like if you were to release this person to the community, you will be able to make a determination whether you can either render a custodial sentence or not, because it will assist. Because if the victim says no, this person is known like this and gives a negative sort of information, it behoves upon the court to take into account in making the appropriate sentence.
There's one aspect you've left out, Judge.
Yes.
Which is the effect of the criminal act of the offense.
Yes.
On the victim. Yes. And the reason I'm asking this, Judge, is because I looked at the 3 cases that were referred to us by way of complaint by ICJ. Mm-hmm. And actually, your decisions, of course, were just in respect to sentences quite brief, but there was no mention at all of you having sought a victim impact statement before arriving at the decision that you made. Of course, I noted you relied on a probation officer's report, which is basically it's offender focused, not victim focused. That is why I'm asking that question, Judge.
Okay, the Madam Commissioner, I think it's unfortunate because the decision on sentence is only there. But if you now go and look at the file, it is so comprehensive. Even the victim was involved. It's so comprehensive that you will be surprised. Even if you call for the file, it's so comprehensive. It's something we dealt with even by CUC. How do we deal with these whatever reports? So we even agreed with the probation officer to prepare a comprehensive report, including the victim assessment report. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because
Supreme Court will have a second chance to elect a representative. Here they have elected theirs, a representative for KMJA. 2, there were murmurs that since the number of judicial officers, the magistrates now, are more than the judges, it will mean at the end of the day, the magistrates will have elected a representative for the judges. That was the tensions that were there. Yeah.
That we have in the institution, that it would be unfair to expect only one representative in the JSC, if we are talking representation, in the JSC representing magistrates, because the situation as it were was that if KMJA is electing 2 members, one from the High Court, one from the magistracy, one a man, one and a woman, then the magistracy and the caddies in their numbers would at least have 2 representatives, if we are talking representation.
Okay, what I can, okay, first, of course, when I say the murmurs, is within the pleadings. They were inside the pleadings. All these were in the pleadings. So it's not a question of judges hearing from outside, but these were within the pleadings. Then that issue you raised about representation, it's an issue which arose because one, you're talking about cadis and magistrates. Two, even here judges, we're talking about judges of equal status. Now the ELRC and ELC, the land court. So, but we dealt with that one. But what now remains is that's an issue which may need legislative intervention.
Thank you, Jai. Let me not go too much into it because, like you said, it's a matter pending appeal. We may just be treading on dangerous ground.
Yeah.
The other question I wanted to ask you is whether you believe in mentorship and whether you mentor members, especially in the judiciary.
Yes, I believe in mentorship, and I've mentored so many. I've also mentored some advocates also.
In what way?
In my community. We have held meetings, we've had talks, mentoring them up and all that. So we've done that. Personally, I've done.
Okay.
I'm their patron and where I come from.
Okay. Could you please share with us what your strengths are and your weaknesses, and when it comes to your weaknesses, what you have done about them to prepare you for the position which you seek?
Okay. I can mention a few. Maybe I can start with weaknesses. I think one of my weaknesses is I can say I overwork. I overwork. So in order to, I overwork. So at times you may even, you may have burnout. So the way I treat it is, at times I seek for time to deal with that. And my strength, of course, is I believe in expeditious disposal of cases. So I go out of my way, even deal with matters ahead of me. So that's one of my strengths. And of course, the other strength is that collegial way of dealing with colleagues. I rarely have any issue with my colleagues. So I have a I have a collegial relationship with my colleagues, and I resonate very well with them. Thank you.
Judge, now that it seems like your strength is on the flip side, your weakness, how do you ensure you maintain a healthy balance?
With time, you apply other, you at times get, share experiences from other people, and then in the process you pick one or two to blend yourself.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can move on to the vetting that was done. You've already addressed the issues concerning the complaints.
Yeah.
So I'll just go straight to the documents that you filed.
Yes.
I noted that the communication we got from KRA was that you are not compliant, and I just wanted to ask if the matter has been resolved, because I'm aware you have been notified about that. Has it now been resolved?
What I did is I filed an objection, and it's yet to be dealt with by the tribunal.
So the matter is still pending?
Yes, it's still pending.
Okay, thank you. Again, your wealth declarations.
Yes.
I received an updated one a few minutes before we started.
Yes.
I have just casually looked at it.
Yeah.
We'll look at it and make whatever decision we can make.
Okay.
But I just wanted to know why, because in the advertisement you're required to file the last three. Mm-hmm. You filed only one until the one you handed in this morning. Why did you file them prior?
I must admit it was inadvertent. Preparing in a hurry all these documents, I sort of it was inadvertent.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you are a member of Sharia Circle?
Yes.
You receive dividends?
Yes.
That has not even been disclosed in your subsequent declaration, the updated one.
I have never disclosed before. I don't know, that somehow
escaped your mind?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's basically what I have from the vetting. Thank you very much. I wish you well, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruete. Your Honor, please let us know your ethnicity and also county as per the requirement of the Constitution.
I come from Baringo County.
At your ethnicity?
Kalenjin, the Tuken strand.
Okay, just out of interest, Your Honor, I've read your journal articles here, and they are really very good, they're excellent. So, do you aspire to be in academia one day, given your research skills?
I do not want to aspire to be in the academia. Mm-hmm. I just want to enrich my writing and research skills.
Okay.
Yes. But once in a while, if the university says, can you give a talk, I will go.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So this is then the end of the interview, Your Honor. We want to thank you for availing yourself and for discussing with us different issues. And we wish you well. And unless, Your Honor, you have something to tell us.
What I can say is a word of thank you very much for listening to me and also being very cordial. I have also learned a lot from this process. Having read continuously as you wait for this interview, I've learned a lot, and I believe also the commissioners have learned a lot from this. Thank you very much and wish you well.
Yeah, you're right, Judge. You have also learned a lot from you and from all the other countries that have come before us.
Yes.
So wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
to raise the concern of a looming corruption, a massive looming corruption at Central Rift Valley Water Works Agency. I also want to mention that the international community, the partners who have been funding the agency, should be wary and should be careful on the funding they are channeling to Central Rift Valley Water Works. I want to say the removal of Wendot, or Engineer Hosea Wendot, was not procedural. It was illegal. This removal was a total witch hunt, and how it was removed was not fair. I will also highlight how and who are the directors of the board of Central Rift Valley Water Works, and you will be surprised that it is 90% one ethnic group from Kenya, right from the CS, the PS, and the directors, chairman, and the rest is just but a picture of a tribal agency. And when you come down to Central Rift Water Works, out of the 9, 8 is from one community. The CS from the same community. The PS from the same community. They all colluded to fire the CEO from a different community. Just because they are planning and strategically positioned to loot the funds at Central Rift Water Works. I want to warn the country, and I want to warn the international community, that what happened in Kemsa, whereby billions were stolen, the same cartels have come to Central Rift Water Works, and they are ready to siphon and to steal the billions which are being channeled by the international community. I'm worried because the donor community may withdraw the funding. Number 2, we may not benefit from the projects which have been ongoing. The removal of Wendot was not justified by any wrong. And I want to raise the concern of a looming corruption, a massive looming corruption at Central Rift Valley Water Works Agency. I also want to mention that the international community, the partners who have been funding the agency, should be wary and should be careful on the funding they are channeling to Central Rift Valley Water Works. I want to say the removal of Wendot, or Engineer Hosea Wendot, was not procedural. It was illegal. This removal was a total witch hunt, and how it was removed was not fair. I will also highlight how and who are the directors of the board of Central Rift Valley Water Works, and you will be surprised that it is 90% one ethnic group from Kenya, right from the CS, the PS, and the directors, chairman, and the rest is just but a picture of a tribal agency. And when you come down to Central Rift Water Works, out of the 9, 8 is from one community. The CS from the same community. The PS from the same community. They all colluded to fire the CEO from a different community. Just because they are planning and strategically positioned to loot the funds at Central Rift Water Works. I want to warn the country, and I want to warn the international community, that what happened in Kemsa, whereby billions were stolen, the same cartels have come to Central Rift Waterworks, and they are ready to siphon and to steal the billions which are being channeled by the international community. I'm worried because the donor community may withdraw the funding. Number two, we may not benefit from the projects which have been ongoing. The removal of Wendot was not justified by any wrong. And I want to raise the concern of a looming corruption. A massive looming corruption at Central Rift Valley Water.
Mna bahati kwamba nchi zetu mbili, upande mmoja kuna uhuru wa kufanya biashara na upande mwingine kuna suluhu. Suluhu ya kuondosha vikwazo vya biashara. Kwa hiyo sasa mshindwe nyinyi. Asanteni sana.
There, considering the position, in the apex court, as a candidate, you would have to show us that you are prepared for it. You are prepared for that position in the Supreme Court, the coveted prize. So, what is it that you have that you think has prepared you for it?
Yes, as I explained earlier, one thing, I have the qualifications. Secondly, I'm a hard worker, and I'm ready and willing to work in a collegial way. And to add on to that, and I said it last time, though it brought some bit of laughter, that I'm a go-getter. If I go there, we sit together and we work, we'll be able to move places.
Yeah.
As they're doing right now, but adding on to that.
Yeah. But you see, the problem is that everybody will say the same thing, so it means that you have to have that proven qualities, where you're able to say, yes, this is what has prepared me. And why I'm saying that, we have very experienced judicial officers who have been here who are asking for the same position. And you see, they're able to show from their legal philosophy, which you can discern from their decisions, from their writings, you can see, yes, we could give this person a chance. So that's why I'm saying that in terms of that track record, besides saying that you're a hard worker and you're college, you're teamwork and all that, what material, what is it that you can be able to give us where we can justifiably say, yes, you can also consider Alice Yano for this position? That's what I'm looking for, and I'm still not getting it.
I don't know how to put it, because when I said initially that I have the qualifications, I've already interacted with the courts and I've really worked hard. I've represented clients, and so that when I come here to ask for this kind of a job, I'm not coming in as a stranger. I'm coming in to build on what is there, and I've said again that coming together and feeling that you're able to give to this that the court your own expertise from elsewhere else, then will make it a better place. And I repeated that time last time, and sorry, I said last time, and I want to repeat it again, that I think we are aware that most of the cases in this country, in fact more than 80%, I'm not sure, are outside there, where some of us have really practiced in, and we understand really what is there, so that when we come here, we have that experience we're bringing with us. Because it does not mean I should have worked in the High Court or Supreme Court or Court of Appeal, or even appeared in the Supreme Court to represent a client. That makes me be able to work in the Supreme Court. I have a wealth of experience.
I hear you. The minimum qualifications you have, it is that extra, so that you see, perhaps, if we're dealing with application for, a High Court judge, probably the standards would be different and would entitle you to what you are saying that you're able to bring. But you see, the standards will not be the same if you're dealing with a Court of Appeal judge. It will certainly not be the same when you're dealing with a Supreme Court judge. So I'm still, probably, maybe I'm not very sharp, I may not be getting it, but you see, I'm the one to mark at the end of the day, so I still need to be convinced. And why I'm saying that, judge number 7, which is now my last question, this person, the moment they get there, they have to be ready to roll. They are the people, this is the person who starts now, generating drafts probably, The others have already learned, so you've had, probably if you listen to the previous interviews, this person is being called the mono, in the strict sense of the word, because you start doing so much. Now, there's no room for learning curve. There's no room for learning curve. You've got to be prepared for it, and you've got to have that track record that is able to show you are prepared for it. So where is it, if I may still ask?
Actually, that is a real advantage to me, because if you go there immediately and you're given that kind of work, and that I want also to repeat the fact that I'd already said that I'm a hard worker. Within a very short time, I would have learned the ropes. So instead of just going to sit to be collegiate, and I'm given this work, go and do this research, bring us this, so that when we sit together, we can look at it, all of us. Then that is the best learning. Within a week, I'm there. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you. I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner General. The Honorable Attorney General, is your turn, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Learned Council.
Good afternoon to you.
Let's just follow that last point that Commissioner Mashari Anjiro raised. You have become a member of the court.
Yes.
You have just finished hearing the first petition.
Yeah.
And you conference with the 6 other members of the court.
Yes.
And then you're told, please go and write the judgment.
Yes.
What would you do?
Yes. First of all, I'll look at the facts, or the way the case has been presented. Look at the law. After looking at the law, also generally, look at the law generally. And then do research and merge all. Then I bring it to the other team, we look at it.
How would you go about constructing that document called a judgment?
Once I've done the citation, then I bring down all the facts from the parties. Then after bringing down all the facts from the parties plus whatever submissions they have attached to them, then thereafter I research and look at what law goes in to support this, which part of the constitution goes in to support this. Then from there now I do a conclusion. From doing the conclusion, then I can bring the matter before the other team.
Thank you, madam. What does the word collegiality mean to you in the context of the Supreme Court?
What comes to my mind is the teamwork that is supposed to come together. Actually, it's more or less a court where the team come together, majority decision is taken. If not, then each and every party, or the party who is not collegiate or who is not ready to take the side of what the majority have taken, can also be able to write their own differing decisions.
Madam, I think that's what you would do at a conference when you've heard a case and you discuss it to see which way each judge wants to go. But what is collegiality in terms of relationships, in terms of the workings of the court, in terms of your independence to make decisions as a judge?
Collegiality to me means that this is a college of judges, Supreme Court judges. They are together to do the mandate of the work that they've been given, such that if it reaches a point where they have to write judgments, and I'm thankful for that part of the conferencing. What they can do, they can just listen to the matter at hand. They can either do independent judgments, or they can agree that letters, if they've come to the conference and they've arrived at the same decision, majority has arrived at the same decision, they can agree to have one of them do the judgment.
All right. Madam Learned Counsel, in the course of your preparation for this interview, did you come across any challenges that are currently facing the Supreme Court? And if so, could you name just 2 or 3?
Yes, from what I've heard, because Commission AG, I've not been there. From what I've heard is there are some few challenges, but I think these are challenges that can be surmounted, and especially when it comes to the number. And I've seen, I think from the strategic plan, there is a feeling that the number of the Supreme Court judges be increased from 7 to 9 because of the cases that keep on coming to the Supreme Court, increment in terms of cases coming to the Supreme Court. Then the other one I've been hearing also is the issue of backlog. And backlog in the sense that maybe could it be the numbers, or could it be also the other more or the other various responsibilities that the Supreme Court judges engage in, to the point that they may not really have all their time absorbed in their core mandate in terms of the decision making.
Thank you. Finally, have you familiarized yourself, madam, with the Supreme Court rules of 2020? What I should like to know is whether the Court of Appeal, or rather the Supreme Court, can review its decisions, and if so, in what circumstances?
Yes, the Supreme Court being the highest court or the apex court, its decisions are binding on all other courts, but its decision or the decisions of the Supreme Court do not bind the Supreme Court. They can as well move from an original decision to another one, maybe even if the facts could be the same. The reason why is so much is happening, the world is dynamic, we never know the decision that was given maybe about 10 years ago, whether it's still going to bind after another 10 years. So they have that leeway of reviewing their decisions.
What principles would guide the court in reviewing its own decision?
I look at the changing society, which also brings amendment to laws and all that. So they will not be static. Something changes and they must change also.
Very well, madam. That will be all from me. Thank you very much for asking the questions. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable E.G. Commissioner Gishu, it's your turn, please.
Thank you, Chair. Council, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good. I'll be very brief because we covered most of the issues last time we were here. But nevertheless, let's look at one or two things that we can be able to discuss. As a public officer and a state officer, the use of public resources is very, very important in terms of efficient and effective use of those resources. What legal framework will guide you as you use public resources as a state officer in case you get this job? Legal framework.
Yes. I think the most important thing, and that is what runs through, is the issue of accountability. One has to be extremely accountable in terms of making returns, and apart from also making returns, communicating.
Okay. I want you to focus on legal framework. There must be a legal framework that you guide how you are going to use the public resources, and there are a number of them. Just give us two.
I look at the audit, also budget.
So those are policies. I'm looking at the legal framework, legal instruments. Are you familiar with the Public Finance Management Act?
Yes.
Another one? I've given you one at least.
Public procurement? Yes.
Okay. Yes, you can look at that. Are you familiar with the Code of Conduct of Judicial Officers? Code of Conduct and Ethics for Judicial Officers. Are you familiar with that code?
Yes, I've had an occasion to look at it.
If you look at that code, number 46, talks about conflict of interests. Would you share with us how you'd be able to manage in case you get a situation where you have a conflict of interest as a state officer, as a judge? How would you resolve that? How would you address it in terms of the code that I've quoted for you? Code of Conduct and Ethics for Judicial Officers, number 46.
Yes. If there is conflict of interest, it is upon the judicial officer or the we are talking about Supreme Court judge now, to open up and show out this is where there is a conflict, so that then that officer will not be able to move on with what they're supposed to be doing, or he's supposed to be working on, or she's supposed to be working on, without that interest being known to the others.
Okay. In case you have that conflict of interest, who are you supposed to register those interests? To whom are you supposed to register them?
That is, if it is a Supreme Court, sir?
As a state officer, as a judicial officer, yes.
Yes, if there is a issue of conflict of interest, I think the best you can do is raise it with the president of the court, or even raise it to the colleagues.
Okay, you can look at that code when you refer. Finally, Chair, Council, you will see that you had looked at the strategic plan for the Supreme Court from the year 2020 to 2024. If you look at that document, there are stakeholders' expectations. They did involve stakeholders. And there are two key stakeholders of interest to me and to the Commission. One of the key stakeholders there was this Commission. And you had three expectations for Supreme Court as a stakeholder. And I'll give you two of them. One was implementing JSC policies. Two, professionalism. If you get to the court, the Supreme Court judge, how will you meet those expectations of this Commission as a key stakeholder in that court?
If I was in the Supreme Court to meet implementation of the strategic plan,
yes,
I think that is something I delved into last time. What I will do is ensure, because strategic plan, when you look at the main thing that runs through is the issue of the backlog of cases.
No. Cancel through the chair. I'm talking about stakeholders. They did identify this Commission as a key stakeholder in the Supreme Court. And this Commission had expectations, the same way they have expectations to this Commission. The expectations of this Commission in that plan: one, implementation of our policies. Two, professionalism. My question is, if you get this position, and I hope you get it, and you're in that court, how will you be able to assist in the realization of those expectations? How?
I want to look at it from the point that through working together as Supreme Court judges, we should be able to be collegiate and come up with strategies also that can help the Commission meet its own threshold.
Okay. My last question, Chair, to the Council. The other key stakeholder in that court is the accounting officer. In this case, the chief registrar. And that office has two expectations from that court. One is prudent use of resources, and two, timely reporting. What is the understanding of those two expectations and their realization?
I think from the way I look at it is, if they have, let's say if they have to prepare a budget, then they must be able also to consult with the registrar of the High Court for purposes of ensuring that what is expected for the Supreme Court is met.
Okay. Reporting, what is the understanding of the reporting?
To me, it tells me accountability.
Accountability. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gishu. Now is the time for Commissioner Koskei to engage the Council.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Wakili.
Good afternoon, sir.
You are back again.
I'm back again.
Yeah. What is your motivation? What motivates you, or what really motivated you to apply for this position?
Commissioner, that's a very tough question, and you're not the first one to ask me. I saw the advertisement, and I looked at what they had put down as qualifications, and in me, because I'm a go-getter, something just, I wake up and I say, yes, I can do it. This is something that I can do. It's a conviction in me. And I know when I say I want to do this, I'll do it. And I do it perfectly. So that's why when I applied for it, I knew this is not a main task, and I'm going to work harder to be.
Thank you. Now you have applied for this position in Supreme Court. Looking at Supreme Court the way it is now, the way it operates, its composition, what is this one thing that you look at perhaps as a gap that you are coming in to perhaps switch it to enhance its service delivery?
Apart from, of course, saying that I'm a hard worker, there's also something that I feel that maybe I can take to the Supreme Court, and I feel that we need to demystify the Supreme Court. Actually, even this notion of maybe the Supreme Court is not working, the perception that maybe there's a backlog and all that, it is that issue of not communicating. So I believe what I can bring in is to ensure we sit down and try to demystify. At times, even what comes to my mind is, though I don't know, sorry to say, maybe I don't know the law what says about Supreme Courts where they are situated. Is it that it is cast on stone to sit in Nairobi, or can it be that maybe once in a while they move to Kisumu, another time they move to Mombasa or probably Nyeri, so that that issue of looking at the Supreme Court there and feeling that this is not a court of wananchi can get to enter into the people that is our court.
Okay, my last question is on Article 232, which it says, like during appointments, you have to look at or to ensure that there is fair competition, and also you look at merit. But it says that that is subject to two things, H and I, which says subject to representation of Kenya's diverse communities, and secondly, affording equal opportunities to men and women, members of all ethnic groups, and people with disability. The country has been, has been with this constitution for the last 10 years. And you hear every other time people talking about it. But it looks like little is being done about it. To the extent now that people believe whether you get it by merit or merit, or your qualification makes you get a position, they still believe that tribalism has been practiced. There has been, discrimination. How, in your opinion, how can we ensure that this article is, implemented fully, not only in judiciary, but in the entire country, so that everybody will be satisfied for whenever there is any outcome of competition or any placement in public service?
Yes, I look at the Constitution, and the Constitution actually is a living thing. To me, it is living. It is only us. Maybe, okay, we put enough breath into it so that it can breathe. The way it is written, it is done in such a way that it should be able to, I don't know which word to use, but it should be able to bring this patriotism in Kenyans, that we feel we belong for one and to each other. We are together. So that when this constitution was promulgated, everybody in this country was happy, and we are happy about it, really, we are happy about the constitution. Because it is all representative, it is all, it's bringing people together. And that is what we need to have this constitution. May I put it this way? What we need to do is to fairly translate this constitution to meet those standards that the people created them for themselves. And especially Wanjiku, because this is not a constitution that some few people sat somewhere and crafted. This is a constitution that came from the people, and it should be able to represent the people equally, without bias, without any basis, take issues of gender, take issues of disability, take issues of diversity, ethnicity. All that should be brought together as the constitution demands of us.
Thank you, Akili. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Koskei. Commissioner Ruade, please wrap up the session for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to read for you a section from the Births and Deaths Registration Act and get your feelings or your views about it. Section 12. No person shall be entered in the register as the father of any child except either at the joint request of the father and mother or upon the production of the registrar of such evidence as he may require that the father and mother were married according to law or in accordance with some recognized custom. Essentially, that section is saying you can only be entered, a man can only be entered in the register as the father of a child he has sired if he has willingly, together with the mother, submitted an application for his registration, or if there is proof that he is married to the mother in accordance with the law or some other recognized custom. What is your view about that provision?
Yes, Commissioner, I think it was overturned. I can remember there was a case that overturned that it's no longer a serious requirement that you must get the consent of the parent to have that name entered into the birth certificate.
It was declared unconstitutional.
Yes.
What was the rationale?
It was, of course, discriminatory against the poor child. Well, I say somebody who did not have powers to say, yes, this is my father and I have to be registered. Because I remember there were a lot of cases, really, you go to court and even you feel bad. Because here is a child who's been dragged to court for the court to order that this child's name appears in the father's birth certificate. It was a very, very emotive issue.
Yes, and any other reason? Any other rationale behind declaring it unconstitutional? Did it violate any of the rights of that child other than discrimination?
I think also what came out, if I remember well, was a name, really. Why should you refuse? But then, can't that child call himself or herself the name of this man without necessarily having to confer parental rights?
Without conferring parental rights? You got it right. You got
Yes.
it right. The issue about the child's right to a name and an identity.
Yes.
It's that bit that has taken...
No, the identity. That child must have an identity.
And the parental responsibility?
Yes, must have the parental responsibility.
Thank you.
Yes.
My second question, I want to give you a hypothetical situation.
Yes.
God willing, you make it to the Supreme Court as a Supreme Court judge, and the women in Marakwet are so happy to have one of their own in the apex court. and they invite you or they request you to be a guest of honor in their fundraising. Their fundraising to raise money to operationalize a CBO, for example, to assist women get redress. Women who have suffered gender-based violence to get redress. What would you do?
Okay, first of all, I know that a state officer, they did away with state officers doing harambes. As for the other limb, I would maybe probably help them look for legal representation somewhere, but not really fundraising for them, because they can as well go to, if it is an issue maybe to go to court, they can go to some of these other bodies like FIDA and all that.
Thank you. Do you believe in mentorship? And if you do you do mentorship? Do you practice mentorship? And how do you go about it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. Actually, from the days I was in high school all the way to the university, to the point that I am right now. As we are talking right now, Commissioner, I have 7 children I'm mentoring and taking care of, unrelated to me. Because you see the society the way it has come to be. And we have also issues to do with offices, workplaces and all that. So at times we go out of our way to mentor, even our own. You'll find even you can have a worker who you realize could have gone into some problems. It's a matter of mentoring them and ensuring they go the right way. So those are the things that I've been doing. And also we have a program, our church program, which we hold periodical meetings wherein we call the youth especially. We concentrate so much on the youth to mentor them and also give them life skills so that they can be able to get a way to earn a living. Yes.
Thank you. And finally, you've already told us that you are a hard worker.
Yes.
But I would want to hear from you. This is a bit difficult, I know. But I just want to hear from you. How do your colleagues describe you?
Maybe you should repeat that. Colleagues, yes?
Your colleagues at the bar. If someone were to ask them, please describe for me Wakili Alisiano, how would they describe you?
Okay, for the ones we've worked with, we've had very cordial relationships, extremely cordial relationships. In fact, as we are talking right now, most of them maybe who could be even having some matters in Kajiado. Usually they call me to hold their brief, or in most cases, those ones who stay in Nairobi, or in most cases update me on what they would want me to go to do in court, and I even do hearings for them. So I have cordial, very cordial relationships with them, including even conveyancing. I do for them most of their conveyancing work.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Honorable. Thank you, Council. And that actually brings us to the end of this interview, Council. And we want to thank you for coming for the second time. And we want to thank you also as a commission for showing interest in serving the public. And we hope, regardless of the outcome, because we don't know how that will be, we will keep the desire to work for the public even in future. So thank you so much. Did you have anything to tell us today?
Thank you very much, Chair. Last time I think you must have been a bit in a hurry, because I remember that's the time they filed those cases, because I was waiting for that chance. Yes. But then I realized the press was already surrounding you. Yes. Thank you for giving me this chance. Commissioners, I want to thank you very much for giving me this chance. I'm very happy, first of all, not only giving me this chance, but also showing confidence in me. And I know from your able way of doing things, you'll come up with the best. I wish you the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council. Once again, on behalf of my fellow commissioners, we wish you well. Thank you.
where proposals were made, and there were pledges to adopt those proposals. Of course, Kenya and Tanzania are big partners, trade partners, and this visit by the President of Tanzania is significant and is aimed at improving trade and other areas of cooperation between the two countries. Standing Order number 25 of the National Assembly permits this particular sitting. So does Standing Order 26 of the Senate. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the history of the Kenyan Parliament, Honorable President SAMIA Suluhu becomes the second president to address Parliament after her counterpart, President Jakaya Kikwete, addressed the 11th Parliament on October 6, 2015. President Suluhu's much anticipated speech is in accordance with Standing Order 25 of the National Assembly and 26 of the Senate Standing Orders. And the President of Tanzania is already within the precincts of Parliament, and she will be making her way into the National Assembly chambers to address this joint sitting of Parliament. There we see some members of Parliament making their way into the National Assembly chambers. Some have already made their way into the chambers. They will be taking their seats as soon as the President of Tanzania walks into the chambers of the National Assembly, which is playing host to this joint sitting of Parliament. A historic address by the President of the Republic of Tanzania. Of course, such an address was accommodated after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that allows visiting dignitaries to address a joint sitting of the Parliament of Kenya. These dignitaries, they include probably the heads of state, visiting heads of state, or other such visiting dignitaries. They are permitted by the standing orders to address a joint sitting of Parliament. President Goodluck Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, did address a joint sitting of members of the National Assembly and members of Parliament. And after that, the standing orders of Parliament were amended to allow a head of state or a visiting dignitary to address a joint sitting of Parliament. The former president of Tanzania, President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, did address a joint sitting of Parliament on October 6th, 2015, and Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan becomes the second president to address Parliament after former president of Tanzania, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. So it is a historic moment, not just for Kenyan Parliament, but for the East African community as well. This address is also significant considering that some former members of Parliament, Kenyan members of Parliament, were elected to the East African Legislative Assembly, and there, alongside their counterparts drawn from Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, they legislate laws that are geared towards improving the welfare of the East African community. Over the last couple of months, we have seen leaders drawn from the East African community championing the growth of this bloc, advancing ideas that will enable facilitation of trade between these countries. The free flow of goods and people between these countries has also been a priority. And the Parliament of Kenya being at the forefront in legislating laws that will enable Kenya participate in matters trade and other bilateral relations with our neighbors. This address is significant, and we will be waiting to see what sort of proposals and suggestions will be issued by the President of Tanzania, who is on a 2-day state visit to the country. President SAMIA Suluhu Hassan arrived in Kenya yesterday where she met President Uhuru Kenyatta at Statehouse. The two leaders did pledge to foster good working relationships between the two countries, renewed cordial relations between the two countries. Any moment now, the President of Tanzania will make her way into the chamber where she will give that historic address, a much anticipated speech in accordance with the standing orders number 25 of the National Assembly and number 26 of the Senate. The standing orders guide business of both houses, and the number 25 of the National Assembly and number 26 of the Senate state that the Speaker may, in consultation with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, allow a visiting head of state or other such visiting dignitary to address the Assembly, and may, in consultation with the Speaker of the Senate, arrange for a joint sitting of Parliament for purposes of an address by such visiting head of state or such other visiting dignitary. There on your screen, there is the leader of the majority party, Honorable Amos Kimunya, making his way into the chamber. I beg your pardon, signaling the imminent arrival of the President of Tanzania. If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the convening of a joint sitting of Parliament where the President of Tanzania, Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, will be addressing the joint sitting. The members of the National Assembly and senators are converging in the National Assembly chamber, and they will be keenly listening to the address, the message of the Tanzanian people, courtesy of the President of Tanzania, Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, who is about to make history as the second president to address Parliament after former President of Tanzania, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who addressed the 11th Parliament on October 6th, 2015. The visiting Tanzanian president became the head of state following the demise of former President John Pombe Magufuli. Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, until 2021, was the Vice President of Tanzania, but following the death of former President John Pombe Magufuli, and in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Tanzania, she was sworn into office as the new President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Since then, she has stated severally that she intends to foster good working relationship with neighbors of Tanzania, among them Kenya. And this provides her another opportunity to stress that point, that Tanzania and Kenya will continue to foster good relationship and ensure that both countries enjoy the fruits of the East African community, a bloc that has been in existence for quite a while, but the real fruits of this particular bloc are yet to be achieved, but through cooperation and intense consultations, both countries, Kenya and Tanzania, are hopeful that those fruits will be seen sooner rather than later. So through this address, perhaps the two countries will cement that commitment, and we do it is important to mention that prior to the 2010 Constitution, prior to the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, the standing orders of the National Assembly did not provide for an address by a visiting dignitary. But after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution and after the address by former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan to members of Parliament and senators, the standing orders of the National Assembly and the standing orders of the Senate were amended to accommodate visiting dignitaries. This include heads of state or other such visiting dignitaries to address the Assembly, and may, in consultation with the Speaker of the Senate, of course, this standing order speaks to a requirement by the Speaker of the National Assembly and that of the Senate to convene such a sitting. The both speakers did gazette the sitting, which is about to take place in the next couple of minutes. On your screen is the corridor, and there is some activity. Sergeant at Arms, followed by the two maces of the National Assembly and the Senate, followed by the clerks of the National Assembly and the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, the President of the Republic of Tanzania, Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, flanked by Honorable Justin Muturi and Honorable Kenneth Makela Lusaka, is making her way into the chamber of the National Assembly to give a historic address. She becomes the second president to address Parliament after former President of Tanzania, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Now, I will hand you over for this historic joint sitting of the Parliament of Kenya. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Na msikilizaji, nyimbo hizo zikipigwa pale, sijui hao bendi wa wananini bwana, zikipigwa hizo nyimbo kuna hisia fulani
na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Mheshimiwa Mtukufu Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, waheshimiwa wabunge, kuambatana na kanuni ya kudumu ya 25 aya ya kwanza ya kanuni za kudumu za Bunge la Taifa na kanuni za kudumu ya 26 aya ya pili ya kanuni za kudumu za Seneti zinazohusu hotuba za wageni mashuhuri, maspika wa bunge walipokea ombi la kuhusu Mheshimiwa mtukufu Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ambaye yuko hapa katika ziara rasmi ya kitaifa nchini Kenya kuhutubia kikao cha pamoja cha bunge. Waheshimiwa wabunge, maspika wa bunge wakitia ombi hilo, wameitisha kikao hiki cha pamoja cha bunge. Nilitoa arifa ya kikao hiki cha pamoja kupitia gazeti rasmi la serikali, arifa nambari 2000 ya tarehe Mei 3 mwaka 2021 kwa waheshimiwa maseneta. Hiyo basi waheshimiwa wabunge, kikao hiki maalum kimeitishwa kwa njia inayofaa. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Senator Kenneth Lusaka, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 25, subsection 1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, relating to address by visiting dignitaries, I received a request to accord an opportunity to Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is on a state visit to Kenya on invitation by His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, to address our Parliament. Honorable members, having acceded to the request, the Speaker of the Senate and I convened this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament. Subsequently, I gave notice to the joint sitting through Kenya Gazette Notice number 4199, dated 3rd of May 2021, to the members of the National Assembly. In this respect, honorable members, I also declare this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament properly convened. Honorable members, may I recognize the delegation of cabinet ministers and senior officials from the United Republic of Tanzania who are accompanying Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and who are also present in Parliament this afternoon. May I also recognize cabinet secretaries and other senior officials from our government who are accompanying Her Excellency to Parliament today. These distinguished guests are seated in the Speaker's row, others in the diplomatic boxes and the Speaker's gallery. Please join me, honorable members, in welcoming them to Parliament in our usual way. Honorable members, distinguished guests, as you are aware, since independence, up to until this afternoon, only one other visiting head of state has had the honor of addressing a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. This was His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the then President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who addressed Parliament on Tuesday, 6th of October 2015. Today's address by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, will be the second address by a visiting head of state. Honorable members, this is a clear attestation of the deep and special relations that our two countries enjoy and the high esteem with which our Parliament holds the leadership and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable members, it is now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to address this joint sitting of Parliament of Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa, Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, Spika wa Bunge la Seneti, Waheshimiwa wa Bunge la Taifa na Seneti, viongozi mbalimbali wa serikali wa Tanzania na Kenya mliopo pamoja nasi, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, habari za mchana. Waheshimiwa maspika, nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema kwa kutujalia afya na uhai na kutupa kibali kilichotuwezesha kukutana hapa siku ya leo. Nina furaha kubwa leo hii kupata nafasi ya kuhutubia kikao cha pamoja cha Bunge la Taifa na Bunge la Seneti la Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kabla sijaendelea, niruhusu nitangulize shukrani zangu kwako Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, Spika wa Bunge la Seneti, na Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa, kwa kuitisha kikao hiki cha pamoja cha Bunge na kunialika mimi kuhutubia. Kupitia kwenu, niwashukuru waheshimiwa wabunge na waheshimiwa maseneta kwa kuridhia kwa kauli moja kufanyika kwa kikao hiki. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Najiona mwenye bahati kubwa kupewa heshima hii adhimu na ya kipekee. Kama alivyosema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba aliyewahi kuhutubia hapa ni Mheshimiwa Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete kutoka Tanzania na mimi ni wa pili. Ni bahati kubwa sana. Natambua fika kuwa huu si utaratibu wa kawaida wa Kenya. Si kila rais anayefanya ziara rasmi hupewa heshima hii ya kuhutubia bunge. Tena kikao cha pamoja mabunge yenu mawili. Wenzetu mna bunge lenye chemba mbili, sisi wenzenu tuna bunge moja tu. Kwangu itakuwa ndio mara ya kwanza kuhutubia chemba mbili za bunge kwa pamoja. Si jambo dogo na ni heshima kubwa iliyoje. Mmenipa heshima kubwa sana. Nimefarijika kuwa nimepata nafasi hii mwanzoni mwa uongozi wangu. Niseme kuwa kumbukumbu hii haitofutika kwenye maisha yangu. Asanteni sana. Uamuzi wenu wa kunipa fursa hii ni kielelezo cha thamani na uzito ambao mnaupa uhusiano mzuri uliopo kati ya nchi zetu mbili. Niwahakikishieni kuwa nasi tumeguswa sana na heshima, upendo na ukarimu mkubwa ambao mmetuonesha. Wema huacha deni na deni lake ni kulipwa kwa wema. Na sisi Tanzania tutalipa wema huu. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, sitatenda haki nisipomshukuru kipekee kaka yangu, ndugu yangu, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Kenyatta ni miongoni mwa viongozi wa mwanzo kabisa aliyenipigia simu kunifariji mara tu baada ya kusikia taarifa ya kifo cha aliyekuwa rais wetu mpendwa hayati Mheshimiwa Dr. Magufuli. Kama haikutosha, hakusita kukatisha ratiba yake na kuweza kufika yeye binafsi kushiriki nasi katika msiba wa kitaifa kule Dodoma. Siku ile alitufariji sana kwa maneno yake na salamu zake za buriani kutoka kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Hatutasahau pia kwa kitendo chake cha kutukumbusha umuhimu wa kuheshimu dini na imani za wengine. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta alisitisha kuhutubia akiwa jukwani ili kupisha adhana iliyokuwa ikisomwa msikitini imalizike, na ndio aliendelea. Alituachia gumzo kubwa na funzo kubwa sana kwetu. Alitumia jukwaa lile kunipongeza kwa kushika dhamana hii ya rais ya awamu ya 6 wa Tanzania, na aliahidi kunialika nchini Kenya mara baada ya kipindi cha maombolezo kumalizika. Rais Kenyatta ni mtu wa kutimiza ahadi. Mara tu baada ya kumalizika kipindi cha maombolezo, alinitumia ujumbe maalum kuniona, ambao pia uliambatana na mwaliko wa kutembelea nchini Kenya. Nami nimekuja Kenya kuitikia wito wake. Mimi na ujumbe wangu tumepata mapokezi mazuri sana toka tumewasili jijini Nairobi. Tumejisikia tuko nyumbani haswa. Tumepokewa kwa ukarimu mkubwa, na hiyo ndiyo hulka, desturi na asili ya watu wa Kenya. Nimebaini kuwa sehemu kubwa ya ujumbe nilioambatana nao wanajua vichochoro vya Nairobi. Wanajua nyama choma inapatikana wapi. Lakini kutokana na corona hawakuweza kujibamba. Na hivi nina wasiwasi nisije nikawabakisha nyuma. Kwa hiyo tunawashukuru kwa yote ndugu zetu kwa mapokezi na ukarimu mkubwa. Siku ya jana nimefanya kikao na Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na ujumbe wake wa viongozi wa serikali. Tumekuwa na mazungumzo mazuri na yenye kuamsha matumaini makubwa sana kwa mashirikiano kati ya nchi zetu mbili kwa siku zijazo mbele yetu. Hapakuwa na ugumu wala ukakasi wowote katika kufikia muafaka wa mambo tuliokuwa tukijadiliana. Tumezungumza kwa kindugu sana. Kilichojitokeza wazi katika mazungumzo yale ni namna ambavyo nchi zetu mbili zinakubaliana katika mambo mengi kuliko yale machache sana tunayotofautiana. Hata hayo machache tunayotofautiana yenyewe hayakuwa na misingi imara ya tofauti, ila ni mitazamo tu ya watu, ambao mitazamo mingi inayoleta ukakasi huchangiwa kutokana na kukatika kwa mawasiliano baina ya nchi zetu mbili. Sasa ili kuondoa mitazamo hasi kati yetu, tumekubaliana kujenga na kuendeleza utamaduni wa kukutana mara kwa mara katika ngazi zetu mbalimbali. Ndugu na jirani wanaotembeleana hujenga ukaribu kuliko wale wasiotembeleana. Umbali hujenga mashaka na ukaribu huondosha mashaka hayo. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, kama nilivyosema, hii ni ziara yangu ya kwanza rasmi nchini Kenya tangu kushika wadhifa wa urais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania tarehe 19 Machi mwaka huu. Ipendeze kusema kuwa itaingia katika kumbukumbu za kihistoria kwa Kenya ndiyo nchi ya kwanza kwa rais wa awamu ya 6 ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kufanya ziara rasmi. Nilikwenda Uganda lakini kwa madhumuni maalumu ya kusaini mkataba. Haikuwa ziara rasmi. Ziara yangu rasmi ya kwanza nimeanza na Kenya. Kwa lugha nyingine, mguu wangu wa kwanza kutoka nje kwa ziara rasmi umeanza Kenya. Na nataka niwaambie, jana nilikaribishwa iftari na Mheshimiwa Rais. Lakini wakati tuko kwenye iftari na baadaye chakula cha usiku, kulikuwa kuna dua nyingi sana zimesomwa, na baada kumalizika dua mvua ikanyesha. Ilikuwa baraka kubwa sana. Mungu ameweka baraka kwenye ziara yangu na yale yote ambayo tumezungumza. Kwa hiyo tumshukuru Mungu. Uamuzi wangu huu wa kuja Kenya kwa nchi ya kwanza si wa bahati mbaya, bali ni wa makusudi. Busara inaelekeza kuwa ukiwa mpangaji mpya kwenye eneo lazima ujitambulishe kwa majirani. Nami kwa sababu ni mpangaji mpya kwenye hizo nafasi, nimeonelea nije kwa majirani kujitambulisha, na nimeanza na jirani wa Kenya ambaye ni jirani ndugu. Nilipata mialiko mingi lakini nikasema nianze hapa. Nimeanza Kenya si kwa sababu ni karibu kijiografia, bali ni kwa sababu ya umuhimu na nafasi ya Kenya kwa Tanzania. Uhusiano wa Tanzania na Kenya ni wa kipekee sana. Ni uhusiano uliofungwa katika mafundo matatu. Fundo la kwanza ni udugu wa damu kati ya wananchi wetu wa pande mbili ambao hauwezi kutenganishwa na mipaka ya kuchorwa kwenye ramani. Makabila ya pande mbili za mpaka yanaingiliana na watu wake ni wale wale wamoja. Tanzania inapakana na nchi 8, lakini ni nchi ya Kenya pekee ndiyo ambayo tuna jamii nyingi au nyingi zaidi zilizopo katika pande mbili za nchi zetu. Kwenye ukumbi huu wa bunge, nadhani ndani hapa kuna wakina Otieno, kuna wakina Boke, kuna wakina Namelok kama ilivyo Tanzania. Lakini pia kuna akina Kilonzo na akina Kioko kama ilivyo Tanzania. Lakini zaidi kuna Muhammad Faki Mwini Haji. Huyu ni seneta wa Mombasa, lakini hili ni jina safi la Kizanzibari. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kutengana. Hii ni mifano michache tu. Fundo la pili ni historia. Kabla hata ya kuanzishwa kwa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki mwaka 1967, nchi zetu mbili hizi tayari zilishakuwa chini ya East African Common Service Organization au EACSO, zikiwa chini ya utawala wa kikoloni wa Waingereza. Huduma zetu muhimu, miundombinu yetu na chumi zetu zilifumwa pamoja kabla hata nchi zetu hazijapata uhuru. Fundo la tatu ni jiografia. Mwenyezi Mungu amejalia nchi zetu mbili hizi kuwa majirani. Tuna mipaka ya baharini na mipaka ya ardhini, na hata ekolojia yetu ni moja. Ndio kusema kuwa hata wanyama pori wetu ni ndugu na ni majirani. Kuna wale wanyama pori wanani wale? Wanakuja kupata mimba Kenya, wanazalia Tanzania. Sasa ingekuwa wanyama wana uraia, wangekuwa raia wa wapi? Wakitoka Serengeti wanaingia Masai Mara, kwa hiyo ni pale pale. Lakini siku hizi hata tausi wetu walioko Ikulu Tanzania wana ndugu zao Ikulu ya Nairobi. Kwa hiyo ni kusema kwamba kama tausi na wanyama wana undugu, sisi wanadamu tunatengana wapi? Hatuna pa kutengana. Sasa kutokana na ukweli huu, ushirikiano wetu si wa hiari bali ni walazima, kutokana na kanuni ya uwasili wa undugu ambao Mwenyezi Mungu ameuumba. Ushirika na ujirani, yote anatufanya tuwe pamoja. Hili hatuna uwezo nalo la kubadilisha, hili la maumbile hili. Lililobaki, ama tupendane au tuchukiane, tuzungumze au tununiane, hatuwezi kukwepa kutokana na mafundo haya matatu tulio yaweka pamoja au tuliowekwa nayo pamoja. Tunategemea kwa kila hali, tunategemeana kwa kila hali, iwe kheri au iwe shari, iwe neema au iwe dhiki, tunategemeana. Panapotokea ukame Tanzania, njaa inabisha hodi Kenya. Panapotokea uzalishaji wa viwanda ukisimama Kenya, bidhaa zinakosekana Tanzania. Kwa hiyo tunategemeana. Hivyo hapana budi ila tupatane na tuelewane ili tuishi kwa pamoja kwa neema na furaha. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, binafsi huwa nashangazwa sana na wale ambao wanadhani kuwa eti Kenya na Tanzania ni washindani, na hivyo uhusiano wetu unapaswa kuwa wa kuhasimiana na kukamiana. Na washangaa wanaodhani kuwa Kenya peke yake ama Tanzania peke yake inaweza kuendelea bila mwenzake. Mbaya zaidi ni kule kuamini kwao kwamba hilo linawezekana tu mmoja wetu kumwangusha mwenzake. Hawa ni watu wenye mioyo ya choyo, maono mafupi na akili mbovu. Ni bahati mbaya kuwa watu hawa wapo katika pande zote mbili, Kenya na Tanzania. Hutokea pia wachache wao sana wakawa ni watumishi wa serikali zetu na hata wanasiasa wa pande mbili za nchi zetu. Bahati nzuri tu ni kuwa si wengi, na ndio maana uhusiano wa nchi zetu mbili unatimiza miaka 56 sasa. Ukiacha ule uwasili, lakini ule wa kiserikali ni miaka 56 sasa. Kwangu mimi na katika awamu yangu ya uongozi, nitahakikisha kuwa Kenya inabaki kuwa ndugu, jirani, mshirika wa mkakati na mbia. Kenya ni nchi ya 5 kwa nchi zinazoongoza kwa uwekezaji nchini Tanzania, na ndio nchi ya kwanza ndani ya Afrika inayoongoza kwa uwekezaji nchini Tanzania. Nyuma ya mataifa makubwa kama Uingereza, Marekani, China na India inakuja Kenya. Takwimu za kituo chetu cha uwekezaji zinaonyesha kuwa hadi kufikia Machi 2021 kuna miradi mingi tu ya Kenya inatekelezwa Tanzania kama 513 kutoka Kenya ambayo inatekelezwa Tanzania na kutoa ajira kwa Watanzania 51,087 na kuchangia mapato ya kiasi cha dola za Kimarekani bilioni 1.7. Sekta zinazoongoza kwa uwekezaji kutoka Kenya ni uzalishaji viwandani, usafirishaji, kilimo, huduma, benki, ujenzi, rasilimali watu, madini, utalii na mali asili. Kutokana na uhusiano wetu mzuri, kampuni za Tanzania zimewekeza nchini Kenya, lakini tumekuja kwa uchache sana. Tuko kama kampuni 25 mpaka 30 zilizosajiliwa na mamlaka ya uwekezaji ya Kenya. Miradi hiyo ina thamani ya shilingi bilioni 19.33 za Kenya na kutoa ajira kwa raia kama 2642. So Tanzania tuna deni kubwa kuja Kenya, lakini pamoja na gap hiyo tulionayo au mapungufu hayo tulionayo, bado tunawaalika Wakenya wengi zaidi waje Tanzania kuwekeza. Na tunawaalika kwa sababu Tanzania ina mambo mengi, ina rasilimali za kutosha, madini ya kutosha, ardhi kubwa na mambo mengi mengine. Tunakosa mtaji. Kenya mna mtaji wa kutosha. Karibuni Tanzania. Dhamira yangu ya kuja nchini Kenya ni kuzungumza nanyi na kuona ni kwa namna gani Watanzania nao wataweza kufanya vizuri zaidi nchini Kenya. Mbali na uwekezaji, ushirikiano wetu kwenye sekta ya biashara nao ni mkubwa na umeendelea kushamiri siku hadi siku. Usafirishaji wa bidhaa za Tanzania kwenda Kenya umeongezeka kutoka shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 390.6 mwaka 2017 hadi shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 526.3 mwaka 2020. Kwa upande wa Kenya, nayo iliongeza kiwango cha kuuza bidhaa zake nchini Tanzania kutoka shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 420 mwaka 2017 hadi shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 571 mwaka 2020. Takwimu hizi zinatusuta sisi viongozi na wanasiasa. Zinatuonesha kuwa wananchi wa nchi zetu mbili daima wako hatua mbele yetu. Wanafanya biashara zao kwa ubunifu mkubwa, lakini sisi tunang'ang'ana na sheria na vikwazo na mambo kama hayo na tunawavuta nyuma kidogo. Ni wakati sasa wa sisi viongozi kubadilika. Tuwe daraja la kuunganisha watu wetu na sio tuwe kikwazo au vikwazo kwao. Mimi na ndugu yangu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta tumekubaliana kuweka utaratibu madhubuti wa kuzuia na kukabiliana na zile pirika pale zinazotokea katika mipaka yetu wakati wa kuvusha biashara kwenda na kurudi katika nchi zetu mbili. Waheshimiwa Spika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, mashirikiano ya uwekezaji na biashara ni sehemu tu ya mashirikiano mazuri kati ya nchi zetu. Utalii ni eneo jingine ambalo tunapaswa kushirikiana sana. Kama nilivyogusia, ekolojia zetu zinaingiliana. Vivyo hivyo ukaribu wa vivutio vyetu vya utalii na vyenyewe vinaingiliana. Tunayo nafasi ya kunemeka pamoja ikiwa tutashirikiana katika sekta hii kuliko kushindana. Badala ya kunyang'anyana idadi ya watalii, busara inatutaka tuelekeze nguvu zetu kuhamasisha mtalii aongeze idadi ya siku ambazo atazitumia nchini Kenya na nchini Tanzania. Kwa kufanya hivyo, sote tutafaidika. Kama alivyowahi kusema hayati baba wa taifa Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, alisema na nanukuu, tukipoteza muda mwingi kugawana kibaba ni kipimo cha kupimia kama mchele, ngano, sembe. Anasema tukipoteza muda mwingi kugawana hicho, tutapoteza muda mzuri sana wa kuvuna kipimo kikubwa zaidi. Mashirikiano yetu yanashamirishwa pia na jitihada kubwa tunazochukua katika vita dhidi ya uhalifu, ujangili, ugaidi, madawa ya kulevya na uharamia, Bahari ya Hindi na katika Ziwa Victoria. Maadamu wahalifu wa Kenya na Tanzania wana mashirikiano mazuri, basi hakuna budi vyombo vyetu vya ulinzi na usalama navyo vishikamane na wewe na mashirikiano mazuri ili tuweze kulinda maeneo yetu na kushinda ushirikiano wa wahalifu. Mashirikiano haya mazuri baina ya vyombo vyetu yamechangia na yatachangia sana kuwepo kwa utulivu na kutoa fursa kwa shughuli za kibiashara na uwekezaji kushamiri. Kenya ikiwa salama na sisi Tanzania tuko salama. Alikadhalika Tanzania ikiwa salama, Kenya nayo inakuwa salama. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, ujenzi wa miundombinu ya pamoja ni sehemu ya jitihada zetu za kuimarisha mashirikiano yetu ya kiuchumi na kimkakati. Miradi hii inajumuisha kwa uchache miradi ifuatayo. Kwanza ni ujenzi wa barabara ya lami kutoka Lamu Mombasa kupitia Tanga Bagamoyo hadi Dar es Salaam yenye urefu wa kilomita 454 chini ya programu ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ya kuendeleza miundombinu ya barabara kwa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Katika ushoroba wa pwani, yani Coastal Corridor, kwa upande wetu tuko mbioni kukamilisha ujenzi wa kipande cha Pangani Bagamoyo na barabara za lami zenye urefu wa kilomita 124.5 na tayari tumekusha pata fedha kutoka Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika. Jana nilikuwa na mazungumzo na kakaangu Uhuru, naye anamalizia mazungumzo ya kupata fedha ili kazi hii ianze kwa upande wa Kenya na tukutane pale kwenye mpaka. Mradi wa pili ni barabara ya Arusha Holili Taveta Voi yenye urefu wa kilomita 260. Mradi huu ni sehemu ya mradi wa maendeleo ya barabara ya Arusha na Manga Athi River iliyofunguliwa rasmi mwaka 2012. Mradi huu unatekelezwa kwa awamu mbili. Awamu ya kwanza imeshakamilika. Sasa tunajipanga kuendelea na awamu ya pili ya mradi huu. Mradi wa tatu, tunavyo vituo vya huduma za pamoja mpakani vya Namanga OSBP na Holili Taveta OSBP. Vituo hivi vimerahisisha shughuli za biashara mipakani na uvukaji wa watu. Nafurahi kuona vituo hivi vimekuwa chachu ya shughuli za kiuchumi katika maeneo ya mipaka yetu. Tunaendelea na mchakato wa kukamilisha mifumo ya vituo vya Horohoro, Lungalunga na Sirari Isebania ili navyo viweze kutoa huduma kwa wepesi na kwa ufanisi. Mradi wa 4 ni wa kusafirisha umeme mkubwa wa kilovoti 400. Kwa upande wa Tanzania, mradi unahusisha ujenzi wa njia ya kusafirishia umeme kutoka Singida hadi Namanga, ujenzi wa kituo kipya cha kupozea umeme mjini Arusha na eneo la Legumur, na upanuzi wa kituo cha kupozea umeme cha Singida. Kwa upande wa Kenya, mradi huu unahusisha ujenzi wa njia ya umeme msongo wa kilovati 400 inayojengwa kutoka kituo cha kupozea umeme cha Isinya hadi Namanga yenye urefu wa kilomita 94, inayounganishwa na njia ya umeme inayojengwa upande wa Tanzania. Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika pamoja na shirika la maendeleo la Japani zimekubali kuharamia miradi hiyo. Mradi mwingine, Mwenyezi Mungu akijalia inshallah, serikali zetu mbili zitaanza kutekeleza mradi wa bomba la gesi, kuitoa gesi Dar es Salaam hadi Mombasa. Mazungumzo ya kutafuta fedha kwa ajili ya mradi huo yanaendelea na tunatarajia yatakamilika mapema inavyowezekana. Ndugu zangu maseneta na wabunge, mtakubaliana nami kuwa kwa ukubwa wa miradi hii, gharama zake na muundo wake unalazimisha nchi zetu mbili kushirikiana kujenga miradi hiyo. Ni ishara tosha kuwa uhusiano wetu si wa kuishia kesho, wala kesho kutwa, wala mtondogoo. Serikali zetu zinafanya uwekezaji huo kwa kuamini kuwa uhusiano wetu upo vizuri na utaendelea kuwepo daima. Hivi ndivyo majirani na ndugu walioshibana wanavyoishi. Yeyote anayefikiria ama kudhamiria kuleta uhasama baina yetu, ujumbe kwao ni kuwa Tanzania na Kenya tulikuwepo, tupo na tutaendelea kuwepo. Iwe kiangazi iwe masika, Tanzania na Kenya tupo. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, sote tunafahamu kwamba dunia inakabiliwa na janga kubwa la ugonjwa wa corona ambalo limeathiri kasi ya ukuaji wa uchumi wa nchi zetu na limepelekea kwa sehemu kubwa kutulazimisha kubadili mfumo wetu wa maisha. Nilikuwa naongea asubuhi na wafanyabiashara, nikawaambia hivi tunavyoishi sasa hivi wote tumeziba midomo na pua. Huko nyuma kabla kuja corona na kule vijijini kwetu, mtindo huu tulikuwa tunawafanyia mbuzi tunavyowapeleka kwenda kula, ili wasile mazao ya watu njiani, tunawafunga. Leo corona imebadilisha mfumo wa maisha, wanadamu ndio tunajifunga. Huyu ni adui kwetu. Tunatambua kwamba kila nchi ikiwemo Tanzania imejiwekea utaratibu wa kupambana na janga hili kulingana na mazingira yake mahsusi na hali ya kusambaa kwa ugonjwa huo katika nchi hizo. Niliwaeleza Watanzania katika hotuba yangu katika bunge la nchi yetu, na napenda kurejea hapa kwamba sisi Tanzania sio kisiwa. Tunaishi kama sehemu ya familia ya jumuiya ya kimataifa. Kwa maana hiyo, kupitia kamati ya wataalamu niliyoiunda, tumeanza mchakato wa kutafakari mbinu zaidi za kukabiliana na janga hili. Wakati tunaendelea kusubiri mapendekezo ya wataalamu na hatua za kuchukua, tahadhari zote ikiwemo kusitisha baadhi ya safari kwenye maeneo ya milipuko zinachukuliwa. Kwa vyovyote vile itakavyopendekezwa, jambo ambalo nina hakika nalo ni kwamba lazima tushirikiane na jirani zetu ikiwemo Kenya katika kukabiliana na janga hili. Mapambano dhidi ya janga hili yanapaswa kutuleta pamoja na sio kutufarakanisha. Ni imani yangu kwamba tukiweka jitihada zetu na maarifa yetu pamoja, basi tutakabiliana na janga hili bila uoga na tutashinda, na maisha ya wananchi yetu yataendelea kuwa ya kawaida huku tukichukua hadhari za kutosha. Waheshimiwa Spika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, hatuwezi kuelezea uhusiano wetu mzuri bila kutambua au vizuri bila kutambua uhusiano wa mabunge yetu ya nchi mbili. Umekuwa ni uhusiano mzuri wa majira yote, nitumie fursa hii kufikisha kwenu shukrani za dhati na salamu kutoka Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na Watanzania wote kwa kuungana nasi na kutufariji katika kipindi kigumu cha msiba wa hayati mpendwa wetu Rais Dr. John Pombe Magufuli. Mlitufuta machozi na mlitufariji sana. Tuliguswa sana na uamuzi wa Bunge la Senate kupitia kikao chake cha tarehe 24 Machi 2021 kujadili na kusajili kwenye kumbukumbu za Bunge salamu maalum za rambirambi kufuatia kifo cha hayati Dr. Magufuli. Tunawashukuru sana. Nafahamu pia viongozi wa mihimili mitatu ya serikali ya Kenya, ukiwemo wewe Mheshimiwa Spika na Mheshimiwa Spika wa Bunge la Seneti, Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, mlitembelea makazi ya balozi wetu kutoa salamu za pole. Sisi wa Tanzania tulifarijika sana kwa kuwa nasi wakati wa majonzi. Hatuna la kuwalipa ndugu zetu wa Kenya zaidi ya kusema Mungu awabariki sana. Wakati wa msiba na dhiki ndio wakati unapomjua ndugu yako wa kweli na jirani zako wa majira yote. Mlitudhihirishia bila chembe ya shaka kwa ninyi ndugu zetu wa shida na raha. Asanteni sana. Ndugu zangu wa Bunge, sisi ni wafuatiliaji wakubwa wa mikutano ya Bunge la Kenya. Mimi binafsi huwa napenda kusikiliza Bunge la Kenya. Tunafanya hivyo kwa kuwa yanayojadiliwa humu nasi yanatuhusu. Niseme tu kuwa Bunge la Seneti la Kenya na Bunge la Taifa la Kenya linatusisimua kwa mengi. Tunafurahia upana wa demokrasia yake, uzito wa mijadala yake na hamasa ya wabunge wake. Tulifurahishwa zaidi na uamuzi wenu wa kuanza kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili ndani ya Bunge. Na ndicho kinachonifanya mimi nisikilize Bunge la Kenya. Na enjoy kile Kiswahili kile. Kiswahili chenu kina vionjo vingi, kuna vionjo vyake ambavyo peke yake ni burudani tosha kusikiliza. Nilikuwa namsikiliza Mheshimiwa Spika anavyoshindwa kutaja namba za miaka kwa Kiswahili. Lakini inafurahisha kwamba mlishatunga kanuni za Bunge kwa Kiswahili na mkamwalika Mheshimiwa Job Ndugai kuja kuzindua kanuni zile tarehe 31 Oktoba 2019. Hii inatia moyo kwamba tuko pamoja na kweli mnataka kutumia Kiswahili, lakini hatua kwa hatua. Rai yangu kwenu ni kuomba mtusaidie kulea uhusiano wetu mzuri, ndugu zangu wa Bunge. Nasema hivyo nikitambua kuwa ninyi ndio wawakilishi wa wananchi na ndio sauti yao wananchi wa Kenya. Ninyi ndio wenye dhamana ya kutunga sheria na kushauri serikali juu ya mwelekeo wa sera na kuongoza wananchi wenu waliowachagua. Dhima yenu katika kukuza ushirikiano baina nchi zetu mbili ni kubwa sana. Mna uwezo mkubwa wa kuamua kasi ya ushirikiano wetu iwe ya haraka ama ya kusuasua kwa aina ya sheria mtakazozitunga na sera mtakazozipitisha. Dira na mwelekeo wa serikali ya awamu ya 6 ninayoiongoza ni kudumisha mazuri ya awamu zilizopita, kuyaendeleza mema yaliyopo na kuleta mazuri mengine mapya. Hivyo nimekuja kuahidi kuwa chini ya uongozi wangu, mimi na wenzangu katika serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania tutafanya kila linalowezekana kuimarisha uhusiano kati ya nchi zetu mbili. Kama kuna linalolegalega au uhusiano wetu kama unasuasua, basi nimekuja hapa Kenya ili kupakazia. Nimekuja Kenya ili kukazia yale ambayo yamelegalega, na nimekuja kuyanyoosha yale ambayo yalikuwa yamejipinda hivi. Leo mtasoma Kiswahili. Waheshimiwa maspika na waheshimiwa maseneta wa bunge, Tanzania na Kenya ni wanachama na waasisi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Nchi zetu mbili ndizo zenye eneo kubwa kijiografia na idadi kubwa ya watu na milango pekee ya bahari kwa nchi zingine za Afrika Mashariki. Ukweli huu unakuja na wajibu na dhima kubwa kwa nchi zetu mbili. Uhusiano wa nchi zetu mbili ukishamiri, Afrika Mashariki nzima itashamiri. Biashara kati yetu ikistawi, Afrika Mashariki nzima inastawi. Hivyo basi, hatuna budi nchi zetu mbili kutambua wajibu wetu na dhima yetu hiyo kwa upande huu Mungu alikotuumbia Afrika Mashariki. Tunapaswa tutambue kuwa kila mara tunapotokea kuelewana, kila mara panapotokea kutoelewana kati yetu, tunadhoofisha Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Bila kukusudia, tunajikuta pia tunaathiri kasi ya utangamano wa Afrika Mashariki. Hivyo hatuna budi kuendelea kuelewana. Nikiri kwamba kuna nyakati ambapo ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki ulijaribiwa, ambapo baadhi ya matukio, kauli na vitendo vyetu viliweka majaribuni mahusiano yetu na kuupima uimara wa dhamira zetu za kuendelea na safari yetu ya utangamano. Ninachofarijika ni kwamba katika nyakati zote hizo, kwa busara za viongozi waliotutangulia na kwa uimara wa mafundo wa uhusiano wetu, tulishinda na dhamira yetu iliimarika zaidi. Uchungu wowote uliojitokeza pale ambapo tulijaribiwa ulikuwa ni uchungu wa uzazi na sio uchungu wa maradhi. Kwa maana kwamba uchungu wa uzazi unaishia kupata mtoto na unaleta furaha kwenye familia, lakini uchungu wa maradhi unaishia kwenye kifo. Kwa hiyo sisi tunapokerana huo uchungu wa uzazi, tukae tuzungumze na tupate mtoto wa amani, tuendelee na uhusiano wetu. Niwahakikishie kuwa mimi na wenzangu nchini Tanzania tutafanya kila linalowezekana ili uhusiano wetu uzidi kung'aa, na kwa kufanya hivyo tung'arishe ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki. Tanzania itaendelea kuwa jirani mbia na rafiki mwaminifu wa Kenya na mwanachama mwadilifu na wa kutumainiwa ndani ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Jitihada zangu na wenzangu katika serikali ninayoiongoza zitaelekezwa katika kuimarisha ushirikiano wetu ndani ya jumuiya yetu. Tutaelekeza jitihada zetu katika kutafuta majawabu palipo na changamoto, kufufua fursa palipo na vikwazo na kuleta matumaini palipo na mashaka. Tutafanya hivyo kwa kuamini kwa dhati kabisa kuwa wana Afrika Mashariki hatima yetu imefungamana, nasi hatuna budi tufungamane. Ombi langu kwenu waheshimiwa wabunge, kama nilivyosema awali, mtusaidie kutimiza azma hiyo. Sisi tulioko serikalini, mtusukume tutekeleze wajibu wetu huu adhimu, na pale tunapozubaa msisite kutukosoa. Nanyi pia tunawaomba mtimize wajibu wenu. Mtusaidie kutunga sheria na kushawishi serikali zetu kuhusu sera zinazochochea na kuwezesha mtangamano. Tusiruhusu na tukemee misimamo, mitazamo na kauli za baadhi ya wanasiasa ndani ya mabunge yetu ya kuleta mgawanyiko na kudhoofisha jumuiya yetu. Daima tuwatangulie wafanya biashara na wananchi wetu katika utangamano na kuwaongoza, badala ya wao wananchi wetu kutuongoza sisi. Yanayotokea sasa hivi, wafanya biashara wako mbele kuliko sisi. Kwa sisi sasa inabidi tutunge sera na sheria kuendana na mwenendo wa wafanya biashara. Lakini inavyotakiwa tutunge sera na sheria, wafanya biashara wafuate sera na sheria zetu. Nasema hayo kwa sababu falsafa zinasema kuongoza ni kuonyesha njia na sio kufunga njia. Kwa sisi kama viongozi wa serikali, viongozi wa mabunge, viongozi kwenye mahakama zetu, tuoneshe wananchi zetu njia na tusiwafungie njia za maendeleo na njia za ustawi wao. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, nihitimishe hotuba yangu na niseme kwamba kama mnavyojua, moyo ukielemewa na furaha ya moyoni hutoka kwa mdomoni. Ningetamani kuendelea kuzungumza nanyi kwa kirefu zaidi, kueleza furaha yangu kwa upendo mkubwa mlionionyesha, ukarimu mkubwa mliotufanyia mimi na delegation yangu, ujumbe wangu, na heshima kubwa mlionipa. Isitoshe, tunapokutana Tanzania na Kenya, tunakuwa na maneno mengi sana ya kuzungumza, hayaishi, na hii ni kutokana na ukubwa na uzito wa uhusiano wa nchi zetu mbili. Sasa nataka nisiseme naishia hapa, niseme mniruhusu niakhirishe maneno yangu hapa, kwa sababu nitakuja kusema maneno mengine mbele tukikutana. Kwa hiyo nisiishii hapa, naakhirisha maneno yangu hapa. Tunapokutana Watanzania na Wakenya, kuna mambo mengi. Utani unakuwa umo, vijembe viko umo. Ndiyo mambo yanayochangamsha uhusiano wetu. Sina shaka kuwa tutapata fursa ya kuyazungumza mengi zaidi na kwa kina katika majukwaa mengine tutakayokutana. Nitumie fursa hii kumshukuru kwa mara nyingine tena, kuwashukuru waheshimiwa maspika kwa mara nyingine tena kwa kunikaribisha, lakini nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa mwaliko wa kuniomba mimi kufanya ziara hii rasmi ya kiserikali nchini Kenya. Nataka niwathibitishie kwamba ziara hii tumevuna mengi na makubwa sana. Mengi na makubwa sana. Imefungua milango mingi sana. Lililobaki mtusimamie kwenye utekelezaji. Lakini nami nimemwalika Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta aje Tanzania. Tanzania mwaka huu Disemba tunatimiza miaka 60 ya uhuru. Kwa hiyo nimemwalika Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta aje kwenye sherehe hizo kama mgeni wetu maalum. Nitumie pia fursa hii kama nilivyosema kushukuru maspika Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka na Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi kwa makaribisho yenu mazuri sana ndani ya bunge. Niwashukuru waheshimiwa wabunge na maseneta kwa kutenga muda wenu adhimu kunikaribisha kuzungumza nanyi. Kupitia kwenu niwashukuru ndugu zetu wananchi wa Kenya kwa mapokezi mazuri waliotupatia. Tunaondoka Kenya na kumbukumbu nzuri ya ziara hii na shauku kubwa ya kurudi tena siku zijazo. Hii ni ziara yangu ya kwanza nchini Kenya na waahidi haitakuwa ya mwisho. Na kwa maana hiyo niseme udumu udugu wa Kenya na Tanzania, wadumu viongozi wetu. Mungu aibariki Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mungu aibariki Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Asanteni sana.
Now, President Suluhu's much anticipated speech is in accordance with the standing orders of the National Assembly and those of the Senate. It is also important to mention that in 2013, the then President of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, did address the members of Parliament that is both the senators and the members of the National Assembly. It is significant to note that Kenya is seeking to renew its relations with her neighbor Tanzania. Of course, these two countries are already joined under the East African Legislative Assembly, where Kenyan lawmakers, as well as those drawn from the East African community, do assemble and legislate laws that are for the betterment of this East African region. When she did meet the president of Kenya, the president of Tanzania did indicate that she intends to ensure that both countries enjoy cordial relations that date back years, and going forward, the two countries can work on ways of accelerating growth in the amount of trade between these two countries. Of course, this particular visit is also significant considering the fight that Kenya has been waging against the COVID-19 pandemic. President SAMIA and President Uhuru Kenyatta have agreed that both countries will be finding ways to mutually deal with the war on COVID-19 and ensure that movement, cross-border movement between Kenya and Tanzania is smooth, and that it shall not be hindered in any way by the global pandemic which continues to ravage the globe as a whole. Both countries have not been exempted from the effects of the coronavirus pandemic, despite their different approach to this global pandemic. But a couple of weeks ago, the president of Tanzania did announce that she would form a committee of experts to look into the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, Kenya has been on this for 1 year now, and the country has been able to make some strides in the war against the coronavirus pandemic. This joint sitting, to some extent as well, is observing the COVID-19 containment protocols by the Ministry of Health. The National Assembly and the Senate have been holding a series of special sittings, and we have seen during those special sittings the houses have been able to President SAMIA SULUHU becomes the second president to address Parliament after her counterpart, President Kikwete, addressed the 11th Parliament on October 6, 2015. President Suluhu's much anticipated speech is in accordance with Standing Order 25 of the National Assembly and 26 of the Senate Standing Orders. And the President of Tanzania is already within the precincts of Parliament, and she will be making her way into the National Assembly chambers to address this joint sitting of Parliament. There we see some members of Parliament making their way into the National Assembly chambers. Some have already made their way into the chambers. They will be taking their seats as soon as the President of Tanzania walks into the chambers of the National Assembly, which is playing host to this joint sitting of Parliament. A historic address by the President of the Republic of Tanzania. Of course, such an address was accommodated after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that allows visiting dignitaries to address a joint sitting of the Parliament of Kenya. These dignitaries, they include probably the heads of state, visiting heads of state, or other such visiting dignitaries. They are permitted by the standing orders to address a joint sitting of Parliament. President Goodluck Jonathan, former president of Nigeria, did address a joint sitting of members of the National Assembly and members of Parliament. And after that, the standing orders of Parliament were amended to allow a head of state or a visiting dignitary to address a joint sitting of Parliament. The former president of Tanzania, President Kikwete, did address a joint sitting of Parliament on October 6th, 2015, and Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan becomes the second president to address Parliament after former president of Tanzania, Kikwete. So it is a historic moment, not just for Kenyan Parliament, but for the East African community as well. This address is also significant considering that some former members of Parliament, Kenyan members of Parliament, were elected to the East African Legislative Assembly, and there, alongside their counterparts drawn from Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, they legislate laws that are geared towards improving the welfare of the East African community. Over the last couple of months, we have seen leaders drawn from the East African community championing the growth of this bloc, advancing ideas that will enable facilitation of trade between these countries. The free flow of goods and people between these countries has also been a priority. And the Parliament of Kenya being at the forefront in legislating laws that will enable Kenya participate in matters trade and other bilateral relations with our neighbors. This address is significant, and we will be waiting to see what sort of proposals and suggestions will be issued by the President of Tanzania, who is on a 2-day state visit to the country. President SAMIA Suluhu Hassan arrived in Kenya yesterday, where she met President Uhuru Kenyatta at Statehouse. The two leaders did a pledge to foster good working relationships between the two countries, renewed cordial relations between the two countries. Any moment now, the President of Tanzania will make her way into the chamber where she will give that historic address, a much anticipated speech in accordance with the standing orders number 25 of the National Assembly and number 26 of the Senate. The standing orders guide business of both houses, and the number 25 of the National Assembly and number 26 of the Senate state that the Speaker may, in consultation with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, allow a visiting head of state or other such visiting dignitary to address the Assembly, and may, in consultation with the Speaker of the Senate, arrange for a joint sitting of Parliament for purposes of an address by such visiting head of state or such other visiting dignitary. There on your screen, there is the leader of the majority party, Honorable Amos Kimunya, making his way into the chamber. I beg your pardon, signaling the imminent arrival of the President of Tanzania. If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the convening of a joint sitting of Parliament where the President of Tanzania, Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, will be addressing the joint sitting. The members of the National Assembly and senators are converging in the National Assembly chamber, and they will be keenly listening to the address, the message of the Tanzanian people, courtesy of the President of Tanzania, Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, who is about to make history as the second president to address Parliament after former President of Tanzania, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who addressed the 11th Parliament on October 6th, 2015. The visiting Tanzanian president became the head of state following the demise of former President John Pombe Magufuli. Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, until 2021, was the Vice President of Tanzania, but following the death of former President John Pombe Magufuli, and in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Tanzania, she was sworn into office as the new President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Since then, she has stated severally that she intends to foster good working relationship with neighbors of Tanzania, among them Kenya, and this provides her another opportunity to stress that point, that Tanzania and Kenya will continue to foster good relationship and ensure that both countries enjoy the fruits of the East African Community, a bloc that has been in existence for quite a while, but the real fruits of this particular bloc are yet to be achieved, but through cooperation and intense consultations, both countries, Kenya and Tanzania, are hopeful that those fruits will be seen sooner rather than later. So through this address, perhaps the two countries will cement that commitment, and we do it is important to mention that prior to the 2010 Constitution, prior to the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, the standing orders of the National Assembly did not provide for an address by a visiting dignitary. But after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution and after the address by former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan to members of Parliament and senators, the standing orders of the National Assembly and the standing orders of the Senate were amended to accommodate visiting dignitaries. This include heads of state or other such visiting dignitaries to address the Assembly, and may, in consultation with the Speaker of the Senate, of course, this standing order speaks to a requirement by the Speaker of the National Assembly and that of the Senate to convene such a sitting. The both speakers did gazette the sitting, which is about to take place in the next couple of minutes. On your screen is the corridor, and there is some activity. Sergeant at Arms, followed by the two maces of the National Assembly and the Senate, followed by the clerks of the National Assembly and the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, the President of the Republic of Tanzania, Honorable SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, flanked by Honorable Justin Muturi and Honorable Kenneth Makele Lusaka, is making her way into the chamber of the National Assembly to give a historic address. She becomes the second president to address Parliament after former President of Tanzania, Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Now, I will hand you over for this historic joint sitting of the Parliament of Kenya. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Na msikilizaji, nyimbo hizo zikipigwa pale, sijui hao mabendi wa wananini, maana zikipigwa hizo nyimbo kuna hisia fulani
na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Mheshimiwa Mtukufu Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, waheshimiwa wabunge, kuambatana na kanuni ya kudumu ya 25 aya ya kwanza ya kanuni za kudumu za Bunge la Taifa na kanuni za kudumu ya 26 aya ya pili ya kanuni za kudumu za Seneti zinazohusu hotuba za wageni mashuhuri, maspika wa bunge walipokea ombi la kuhusu Mheshimiwa Mtukufu Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ambaye yuko hapa katika ziara rasmi ya kitaifa nchini Kenya kuhutubia kikao cha pamoja cha bunge. Waheshimiwa wabunge, maspika wa bunge wakitia ombi hilo, wameitisha kikao hiki cha pamoja cha bunge. Nilitoa arifa ya kikao hiki cha pamoja kupitia gazeti rasmi la serikali, arifa nambari 2000 ya tarehe Mei 3 mwaka 2021 kwa waheshimiwa maseneta. Hiyo basi waheshimiwa wabunge, kikao hiki maalum kimeitishwa kwa njia inayofaa. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Senator Kenneth Lusaka, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 25, subsection 1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders relating to address by visiting dignitaries, I received a request to accord an opportunity to Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is on a state visit to Kenya, on invitation by His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, to address our Parliament. Honourable members, having acceded to the request, the Speaker of the Senate and I convened this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament. Subsequently, I gave notice to the joint sitting through Kenya Gazette notice number 4199, dated 3rd of May 2021, to the members of the National Assembly. In this respect, honourable members, I also declare this joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament properly convened. Honourable members, may I recognize the delegation of Cabinet Ministers and senior officials from the United Republic of Tanzania who are accompanying Her Excellency the President of the United Republic of Tanzania and who are also present in Parliament this afternoon. May I also recognize Cabinet Secretaries and other senior officials from our government who are accompanying Her Excellency to Parliament today. These distinguished guests are seated in the Speaker's row, others in the diplomatic boxes and the Speaker's gallery. Please join me, honourable members, in welcoming them to Parliament in our usual way. Honourable members, distinguished guests, as you are aware, since independence, up to until this afternoon, only one other visiting head of state has had the honour of addressing a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. This was His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the then President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who addressed Parliament on Tuesday, 6th of October 2015. Today's address by Her Excellency SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, will be the second address by a visiting head of state. Honourable members, this is a clear attestation of the deep and special relations that our two countries enjoy and the high esteem with which our Parliament holds the leadership and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania. Honourable members, it is now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to address this joint sitting of Parliament of Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa, Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, Spika wa Bunge la Seneti, Waheshimiwa wa Bunge la Taifa na Seneti, viongozi mbalimbali wa serikali wa Tanzania na Kenya mliopo pamoja nasi, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, habari za mchana. Waheshimiwa maspika, nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema kwa kutujalia afya na uhai na kutupa kibali kilichotuwezesha kukutana hapa siku ya leo. Nina furaha kubwa leo hii kupata nafasi ya kuhutubia kikao cha pamoja cha Bunge la Taifa na Bunge la Seneti la Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kabla sijaendelea, niruhusu nitangulize shukrani zangu kwako Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, Spika wa Bunge la Seneti na Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa, kwa kuitisha kikao hiki cha pamoja cha Bunge na kunialika mimi kuhutubia. Kupitia kwenu, niwashukuru waheshimiwa wabunge na waheshimiwa maseneta kwa kuridhia kwa kauli moja kufanyika kwa kikao hiki. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Najiona mwenye bahati kubwa kupewa heshima hii adhimu na ya kipekee. Kama alivyosema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba aliyewahi kuhutubia hapa ni Mheshimiwa Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete kutoka Tanzania na mimi ni wa pili. Ni bahati kubwa sana. Natambua fika kuwa huu si utaratibu wa kawaida wa Kenya. Si kila rais anayefanya ziara rasmi hupewa heshima hii ya kuhutubia bunge. Tena kikao cha pamoja mabunge yenu mawili. Wenzetu mna bunge lenye chemba mbili, sisi wenzenu tuna bunge moja tu. Kwangu itakuwa ndio mara ya kwanza kuhutubia chemba mbili za bunge kwa pamoja. Si jambo dogo na ni heshima kubwa iliyoje. Mmenipa heshima kubwa sana. Nimefarijika kuwa nimepata nafasi hii mwanzoni mwa uongozi wangu. Niseme kuwa kumbukumbu hii haitofutika kwenye maisha yangu. Asanteni sana. Uamuzi wenu wa kunipa fursa hii ni kielelezo cha thamani na uzito ambao mnaupa uhusiano mzuri uliopo kati ya nchi zetu mbili. Niwahakikishieni kuwa nasi tumeguswa sana na heshima, upendo na ukarimu mkubwa ambao mmetuonesha. Wema huacha deni na deni lake ni kulipwa kwa wema. Na sisi Tanzania tutalipa wema huu. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, sitatenda haki nisipomshukuru kipekee kaka yangu, ndugu yangu, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Kenyatta ni miongoni mwa viongozi wa mwanzo kabisa aliyenipigia simu kunifariji mara tu baada ya kusikia taarifa ya kifo cha aliyekuwa rais wetu mpendwa hayati Mheshimiwa Dr. Magufuli. Kama haikutosha, hakusita kukatisha ratiba yake na kuweza kufika yeye binafsi kushiriki nasi katika msiba wa kitaifa kule Dodoma. Siku ile alitufariji sana kwa maneno yake na salamu zake za buriani kutoka kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Hatutasahau pia kwa kitendo chake cha kutukumbusha umuhimu wa kuheshimu dini na imani za wengine. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta alisitisha kuhutubia akiwa jukwani ili kupisha adhana iliyokuwa ikisomwa msikitini imalizike, na ndiyo aliendelea. Alituachia gumzo kubwa na funzo kubwa sana kwetu. Alitumia jukwaa lile kunipongeza kwa kushika dhamana hii ya rais ya awamu ya 6 wa Tanzania, na aliahidi kunialika nchini Kenya mara baada ya kipindi cha maombolezo kumalizika. Rais Kenyatta ni mtu wa kutimiza ahadi. Mara tu baada ya kumalizika kipindi cha maombolezo, alinitumia ujumbe maalum kuniona, ambao pia uliambatana na mwaliko wa kutembelea nchini Kenya. Nami nimekuja Kenya kuitikia wito wake. Mimi na ujumbe wangu tumepata mapokezi mazuri sana toka tumewasili jijini Nairobi. Tumejisikia tuko nyumbani haswa. Tumepokewa kwa ukarimu mkubwa, na hiyo ndiyo hulka, desturi na asili ya watu wa Kenya. Nimebaini kuwa sehemu kubwa ya ujumbe nilioambatana nao wanajua vichochoro vya Nairobi. Wanajua nyama choma inapatikana wapi. Lakini kutokana na corona hawakuweza kujibamba. Na hivi nina wasiwasi nisije nikawabakisha nyuma. Kwa hiyo tunawashukuru kwa yote ndugu zetu kwa mapokezi na ukarimu mkubwa. Siku ya jana nimefanya kikao na Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na ujumbe wake wa viongozi wa serikali. Tumekuwa na mazungumzo mazuri na yenye kuamsha matumaini makubwa au makubwa sana kwa mashirikiano kati ya nchi zetu mbili kwa siku zijazo mbele yetu. Hakuwa na ugumu wala ukakasi wowote katika kufikia muafaka wa mambo tuliokuwa tukijadiliana. Tumezungumza kwa kindugu sana. Kilichojitokeza wazi katika mazungumzo yale ni namna ambavyo nchi zetu mbili zinakubaliana katika mambo mengi kuliko yale machache sana tunayotofautiana. Hata hayo machache tunayotofautiana yenyewe hayakuwa na misingi imara ya tofauti, ila ni mitazamo tu ya watu, ambao mitazamo mingi inayoleta ukakasi huchangiwa kutokana na kukatika kwa mawasiliano baina ya nchi zetu mbili. Sasa ili kuondoa mitazamo hasi kati yetu, tumekubaliana kujenga na kuendeleza utamaduni wa kukutana mara kwa mara katika ngazi zetu mbalimbali. Ndugu na jirani wanaotembeleana hujenga ukaribu kuliko wale wasiotembeleana. Umbali hujenga mashaka na ukaribu huondosha mashaka hayo. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, kama nilivyosema, hii ni ziara yangu ya kwanza rasmi nchini Kenya tangu kushika wadhifa wa urais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania tarehe 19 Machi mwaka huu. Ipendeze kusema kuwa itaingia katika kumbukumbu za kihistoria kwa Kenya ndiyo nchi ya kwanza kwa rais wa awamu ya 6 ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kufanya ziara rasmi. Nilikwenda Uganda lakini kwa madhumuni maalumu ya kusaini mkataba. Haikuwa ziara rasmi. Ziara yangu rasmi ya kwanza nimeanza na Kenya. Kwa lugha nyingine, mguu wangu wa kwanza kutoka nje kwa ziara rasmi umeanza Kenya. Na nataka niwaambie, jana nilikaribishwa iftari na Mheshimiwa Rais. Lakini wakati tuko kwenye iftari na baadaye chakula cha usiku, kulikuwa kuna dua nyingi sana zimesomwa, na baada kumalizika dua mvua ikanyesha. Ilikuwa baraka kubwa sana. Mungu ameweka baraka kwenye ziara yangu na yale yote ambayo tumezungumza. Kwa hiyo tumshukuru Mungu. Uamuzi wangu huu wa kuja Kenya kwa nchi ya kwanza si wa bahati mbaya, bali ni wa makusudi. Busara inaelekeza kuwa ukiwa mpangaji mpya kwenye eneo lazima ujitambulishe kwa majirani. Nami kwa sababu ni mpangaji mpya kwenye hizo nafasi, nimeonelea nije kwa majirani kujitambulisha, na nimeanza na jirani wa Kenya ambaye ni jirani ndugu. Nilipata mialiko mingi, lakini nikasema nianze hapa. Nimeanza Kenya si kwa sababu ni karibu kijiografia, bali ni kwa sababu ya umuhimu na nafasi ya Kenya kwa Tanzania. Uhusiano wa Tanzania na Kenya ni wa kipekee sana. Ni uhusiano uliofungwa katika mafundo matatu. Fundo la kwanza ni udugu wa damu kati ya wananchi wetu wa pande mbili ambao hauwezi kutenganishwa na mipaka ya kuchorwa kwenye ramani. Makabila ya pande mbili za mpaka yanaingiliana na watu wake ni wale wale wamoja. Tanzania inapakana na nchi 8, lakini ni nchi ya Kenya pekee ndiyo ambayo tuna jamii nyingi au nyingi zaidi zilizopo katika pande mbili za nchi zetu. Kwenye ukumbi huu wa bunge, nadhani ndani hapa kuna wakina Otieno, kuna wakina Boke, kuna wakina Namelok kama ilivyo Tanzania. Lakini pia kuna kina Kilonzo na kina Kioko kama ilivyo Tanzania. Lakini zaidi kuna Muhammad Faki Mwini Haji. Huyu ni seneta wa Mombasa, lakini hili ni jina safi la Kizanzibari. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kutengana. Hii ni mifano michache tu. Fundo la pili ni historia. Kabla hata ya kuanzishwa kwa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki mwaka 1967, nchi zetu mbili hizi tayari zilishakuwa chini ya East African Common Service Organization au EACSO, zikiwa chini ya utawala wa kikoloni wa Waingereza. Huduma zetu muhimu, miundombinu yetu na chumi zetu zilifumwa pamoja kabla hata nchi zetu hazijapata uhuru. Fundo la tatu ni jiografia. Mwenyezi Mungu amejalia nchi zetu mbili hizi kuwa majirani. Tuna mipaka ya baharini na mipaka ya ardhini, na hata ekolojia yetu ni moja. Ndio kusema kuwa hata wanyama pori wetu ni ndugu na ni majirani. Kuna wale wanyama pori wanani wale? Wanakuja kupata mimba Kenya, wanazalia Tanzania. Sasa ingekuwa wanyama wana uraia, wangekuwa raia wa wapi? Wakitoka Serengeti wanaingia Masai Mara, kwa hiyo ni pale pale. Lakini siku hizi hata tausi wetu walioko Ikulu Tanzania wana ndugu zao Ikulu ya Nairobi. Kwa hiyo ni kusema kwamba kama tausi na wanyama wana undugu, sisi wanadamu tunatengana wapi? Hatuna pa kutengana. Sasa kutokana na ukweli huu, ushirikiano wetu si wa hiari bali ni wa lazima, kutokana na kanuni ya uasili wa undugu ambao Mwenyezi Mungu ameuumba. Ushirika na ujirani, yote anatufanya tuwe pamoja. Hili hatuna uwezo nalo la kubadilisha, hili la maumbile hili. Lililobaki, ama tupendane au tuchukiane, tuzungumze au tununiane, hatuwezi kukwepa kutokana na mafundo haya matatu tulio yaweka pamoja au tuliowekwa nayo pamoja. Tunategemeana kwa kila hali, iwe heri au iwe shari, iwe neema au iwe dhiki, tunategemeana. Panapotokea ukame Tanzania, njaa inabisha hodi Kenya. Panapotokea uzalishaji wa viwanda ukisimama Kenya, bidhaa zinakosekana Tanzania. Kwa hiyo tunategemeana. Hivyo hapana budi ila tupatane na tuelewane ili tuishi kwa pamoja kwa neema na furaha. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, binafsi huwa nashangazwa sana na wale ambao wanadhani kuwa eti Kenya na Tanzania ni washindani, na hivyo uhusiano wetu unapaswa kuwa wa kuhasimiana na kukamiana. Na washangaa wanaodhani kuwa Kenya peke yake ama Tanzania peke yake inaweza kuendelea bila mwenzake. Mbaya zaidi ni kule kuamini kwao kwamba hilo linawezekana tu mmoja wetu kumwangusha mwenzake. Hawa ni watu wenye mioyo ya choyo, maono mafupi na akili mbovu. Ni bahati mbaya kuwa watu hawa wapo katika pande zote mbili, Kenya na Tanzania. Hutokea pia wachache wao sana wakawa ni watumishi wa serikali zetu na hata wanasiasa wa pande mbili za nchi zetu. Bahati nzuri tu ni kuwa si wengi, na ndio maana uhusiano wa nchi zetu mbili unatimiza miaka 56 sasa. Ukiacha ule uwasili, lakini ule wa kiserikali ni miaka 56 sasa. Kwangu mimi na katika awamu yangu ya uongozi, nitahakikisha kuwa Kenya inabaki kuwa ndugu, jirani, mshirika wa mkakati na mbia. Kenya ni nchi ya 5 kwa nchi zinazoongoza kwa uwekezaji nchini Tanzania, na ndio nchi ya kwanza ndani ya Afrika inayoongoza kwa uwekezaji nchini Tanzania. Nyuma ya mataifa makubwa kama Uingereza, Marekani, China na India inakuja Kenya. Takwimu za kituo chetu cha uwekezaji zinaonyesha kuwa hadi kufikia Machi 2021 kuna miradi mingi tu ya Kenya inatekelezwa Tanzania kama 513 kutoka Kenya ambayo inatekelezwa Tanzania na kutoa ajira kwa Watanzania 51,087 na kuchangia mapato ya kiasi cha dola za Kimarekani bilioni 1.7. Sekta zinazoongoza kwa uwekezaji kutoka Kenya ni uzalishaji viwandani, usafirishaji, kilimo, huduma, benki, ujenzi, rasilimali watu, madini, utalii na mali asili. Kutokana na uhusiano wetu mzuri, kampuni za Tanzania zimewekeza nchini Kenya, lakini tumekuja kwa uchache sana. Tuko kama kampuni 25 mpaka 30 zilizosajiliwa na mamlaka ya uwekezaji ya Kenya. Miradi hiyo ina thamani ya shilingi bilioni 19.33 za Kenya na kutoa ajira kwa raia kama 2642. So Tanzania tuna deni kubwa kuja Kenya, lakini pamoja na gap hiyo tulionayo au mapungufu hayo tulionayo, bado tunawaalika Wakenya wengi zaidi waje Tanzania kuwekeza. Na tunawaalika kwa sababu Tanzania ina mambo mengi, ina rasilimali za kutosha, madini ya kutosha, ardhi kubwa na mambo mengi mengine. Tunakosa mtaji. Kenya mna mtaji wa kutosha. Karibuni Tanzania. Dhamira yangu ya kuja nchini Kenya ni kuzungumza nanyi na kuona ni kwa namna gani Watanzania nao wataweza kufanya vizuri zaidi nchini Kenya. Mbali na uwekezaji, ushirikiano wetu kwenye sekta ya biashara nao ni mkubwa na umeendelea kushamiri siku hadi siku. Usafirishaji wa bidhaa za Tanzania kwenda Kenya umeongezeka kutoka shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 390.6 mwaka 2017 hadi shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 526.3 mwaka 2020. Kwa upande wa Kenya, nayo iliongeza kiwango cha kuuza bidhaa zake nchini Tanzania kutoka shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 420 mwaka 2017 hadi shilingi za Kitanzania bilioni 571 mwaka 2020. Takwimu hizi zinatusuta sisi viongozi na wanasiasa. Zinatuonesha kuwa wananchi wa nchi zetu mbili daima wako hatua mbele yetu. Wanafanya biashara zao kwa ubunifu mkubwa, lakini sisi tunang'ang'ana na sheria na vikwazo na mambo kama hayo, na tunawavuta nyuma kidogo. Ni wakati sasa wa sisi viongozi kubadilika. Tuwe daraja la kuunganisha watu wetu na sio tuwe kikwazo au vikwazo kwao. Mimi na ndugu yangu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta tumekubaliana kuweka utaratibu madhubuti wa kuzuia na kukabiliana na zile pirika pale zinazotokea katika mipaka yetu wakati wa kuvusha biashara kwenda na kurudi katika nchi zetu mbili. Waheshimiwa Spika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, mashirikiano ya uwekezaji na biashara ni sehemu tu ya mashirikiano mazuri kati ya nchi zetu. Utalii ni eneo jingine ambalo tunapaswa kushirikiana sana. Kama nilivyogusia, ekolojia zetu zinaingiliana. Vivyo hivyo ukaribu wa vivutio vyetu vya utalii na vyenyewe vinaingiliana. Tunayo nafasi ya kunemeka pamoja ikiwa tutashirikiana katika sekta hii kuliko kushindana. Badala ya kunyang'anyana idadi ya watalii, busara inatutaka tuelekeze nguvu zetu kuhamasisha mtalii aongeze idadi ya siku ambazo atazitumia nchini Kenya na nchini Tanzania. Kwa kufanya hivyo, sote tutafaidika. Kama alivyowahi kusema hayati baba wa taifa Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, alisema na nanukuu, tukipoteza muda mwingi kugawana kibaba ni kipimo cha kupimia kama mchele, ngano, sembe. Anasema tukipoteza muda mwingi kugawana hicho, tutapoteza muda mzuri sana wa kuvuna kipimo kikubwa zaidi. Mashirikiano yetu yanashamirishwa pia na jitihada kubwa tunazochukua katika vita dhidi ya uhalifu, ujangili, ugaidi, madawa ya kulevya na uharamia, Bahari ya Hindi na katika Ziwa Victoria. Maadamu wahalifu wa Kenya na Tanzania wana mashirikiano mazuri, basi hakuna budi vyombo vyetu vya ulinzi na usalama navyo vishikamane na wewe na mashirikiano mazuri ili tuweze kulinda maeneo yetu na kushinda ushirikiano wa wahalifu. Mashirikiano haya mazuri baina ya vyombo vyetu yamechangia na yatachangia sana kuwepo kwa utulivu na kutoa fursa kwa shughuli za kibiashara na uwekezaji kushamiri. Kenya ikiwa salama na sisi Tanzania tuko salama. Alikadhalika Tanzania ikiwa salama, Kenya nayo inakuwa salama. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, ujenzi wa miundombinu ya pamoja ni sehemu ya jitihada zetu za kuimarisha mashirikiano yetu ya kiuchumi na kimkakati. Miradi hii inajumuisha kwa uchache miradi ifuatayo. Kwanza ni ujenzi wa barabara ya lami kutoka Lamu Mombasa kupitia Tanga Bagamoyo hadi Dar es Salaam yenye urefu wa kilomita 454 chini ya programu ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ya kuendeleza miundombinu ya barabara kwa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Katika ushoroba wa pwani, yani Coastal Corridor, kwa upande wetu tuko mbioni kukamilisha ujenzi wa kipande cha Pangani Bagamoyo na barabara za lami zenye urefu wa kilomita 124.5 na tayari tumekwisha pata fedha kutoka Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika. Jana nilikuwa na mazungumzo na kakaangu Uhuru, naye anamalizia mazungumzo ya kupata fedha ili kazi hii ianze kwa upande wa Kenya na tukutane pale kwenye mpaka. Mradi wa pili ni barabara ya Arusha Holili Taveta Voi yenye urefu wa kilomita 260. Mradi huu ni sehemu ya mradi wa maendeleo ya barabara ya Arusha na Manga Athi River iliyofunguliwa rasmi mwaka 2012. Mradi huu unatekelezwa kwa awamu mbili. Awamu ya kwanza imeshakamilika. Sasa tunajipanga kuendelea na awamu ya pili ya mradi huu. Mradi wa tatu, tunavyo vituo vya huduma za pamoja mpakani vya Namanga OSBP na Holili Taveta OSBP. Vituo hivi vimerahisisha shughuli za biashara mipakani na uvukaji wa watu. Nafurahi kuona vituo hivi vimekuwa chachu ya shughuli za kiuchumi katika maeneo ya mipaka yetu. Tunaendelea na mchakato wa kukamilisha mifumo ya vituo vya Horohoro, Lungalunga na Sirari Isebania, ili navyo viweze kutoa huduma kwa wepesi na kwa ufanisi. Mradi wa 4 ni wa kusafirisha umeme mkubwa wa kilovoti 400. Kwa upande wa Tanzania, mradi unahusisha ujenzi wa njia ya kusafirishia umeme kutoka Singida hadi Namanga, ujenzi wa kituo kipya cha kupozea umeme mjini Arusha na eneo la Legumur, na upanuzi wa kituo cha kupozea umeme cha Singida. Kwa upande wa Kenya, mradi huu unahusisha ujenzi wa njia ya umeme msongo wa kilovoti 400 inayojengwa kutoka kituo cha kupozea umeme cha Isinya hadi Namanga yenye urefu wa kilomita 94, inayounganishwa na njia ya umeme inayojengwa upande wa Tanzania. Benki ya Maendeleo ya Afrika pamoja na shirika la maendeleo la Japani zimekubali kuharamia miradi hiyo. Mradi mwingine, Mwenyezi Mungu akijalia inshallah, serikali zetu mbili zitaanza kutekeleza mradi wa bomba la gesi, kuitoa gesi Dar es Salaam hadi Mombasa. Mazungumzo ya kutafuta fedha kwa ajili ya mradi huo yanaendelea na tunatarajia yatakamilika mapema inavyowezekana. Ndugu zangu maseneta na wabunge, mtakubaliana nami kuwa kwa ukubwa wa miradi hii, gharama zake na muundo wake unalazimisha nchi zetu mbili kushirikiana kujenga miradi hiyo. Ni ishara tosha kuwa uhusiano wetu si wa kuishia kesho, wala kesho kutwa, wala mtondogoo. Serikali zetu zinafanya uwekezaji huo kwa kuamini kuwa uhusiano wetu upo vizuri na utaendelea kuwepo daima. Hivi ndivyo majirani na ndugu walioshibana wanavyoishi. Yeyote anayefikiria ama kudhamiria kuleta uhasama baina yetu, ujumbe kwao ni kuwa Tanzania na Kenya tulikuwepo, tupo na tutaendelea kuwepo. Iwe kiangazi, iwe masika, Tanzania na Kenya tupo. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, sote tunafahamu kwamba dunia inakabiliwa na janga kubwa la ugonjwa wa corona ambalo limeathiri kasi ya ukuaji wa uchumi wa nchi zetu na limepelekea kwa sehemu kubwa kutulazimisha kubadili mfumo wetu wa maisha. Nilikuwa naongea asubuhi na wafanyabiashara, nikawaambia hivi tunavyoishi sasa hivi wote tumeziba midomo na pua. Huko nyuma kabla kuja corona na kule vijijini kwetu, mtindo huu tulikuwa tunawafanyia mbuzi tunavyowapeleka kwenda kula, ili wasile mazao ya watu njiani, tunawafunga. Leo corona imebadilisha mfumo wa maisha, wanadamu ndio tunajifunga. Huyu ni adui kwetu. Tunatambua kwamba kila nchi ikiwemo Tanzania imejiwekea utaratibu wa kupambana na janga hili kulingana na mazingira yake mahsusi na hali ya kusambaa kwa ugonjwa huo katika nchi hizo. Niliwaeleza Watanzania katika hotuba yangu katika bunge la nchi yetu, na napenda kurejea hapa kwamba sisi Tanzania sio kisiwa. Tunaishi kama sehemu ya familia ya jumuiya ya kimataifa. Kwa maana hiyo, kupitia kamati ya wataalamu niliyoiunda, tumeanza mchakato wa kutafakari mbinu zaidi za kukabiliana na janga hili. Wakati tunaendelea kusubiri mapendekezo ya wataalamu na hatua za kuchukua, tahadhari zote ikiwemo kusitisha baadhi ya safari kwenye maeneo ya milipuko zinachukuliwa. Kwa vyovyote vile itakavyopendekezwa, jambo ambalo nina hakika nalo ni kwamba lazima tushirikiane na jirani zetu ikiwemo Kenya katika kukabiliana na janga hili. Mapambano dhidi ya janga hili yanapaswa kutuleta pamoja na sio kutufarakanisha. Ni imani yangu kwamba tukiweka jitihada zetu na maarifa yetu pamoja, basi tutakabiliana na janga hili bila uoga na tutashinda, na maisha ya wananchi yetu yataendelea kuwa ya kawaida huku tukichukua hadhari za kutosha. Waheshimiwa Spika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, hatuwezi kuelezea uhusiano wetu mzuri bila kutambua au vizuri bila kutambua uhusiano wa mabunge yetu ya nchi mbili. Umekuwa ni uhusiano mzuri wa majira yote. Nitumie fursa hii kufikisha kwenu shukrani za dhati na salamu kutoka Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na Watanzania wote kwa kuungana nasi na kutufariji katika kipindi kigumu cha msiba wa hayati mpendwa wetu Rais Dr. John Pombe Magufuli. Mlitufuta machozi na mlitufariji sana. Tuliguswa sana na uamuzi wa Bunge la Senate kupitia kikao chake cha tarehe 24 Machi 2021 kujadili na kusajili kwenye kumbukumbu za Bunge salamu maalum za rambirambi kufuatia kifo cha hayati Dr. Magufuli. Tunawashukuru sana. Nafahamu pia viongozi wa mihimili mitatu ya serikali ya Kenya, ukiwemo wewe Mheshimiwa Spika na Mheshimiwa Spika wa Bunge la Seneti, Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka, mlitembelea makazi ya balozi wetu kutoa salamu za pole. Sisi wa Tanzania tulifarijika sana kwa kuwa nasi wakati wa majonzi. Hatuna la kuwalipa ndugu zetu wa Kenya zaidi ya kusema Mungu awabariki sana. Wakati wa msiba na dhiki ndio wakati unapomjua ndugu yako wa kweli na jirani zako wa majira yote. Mlitudhihirishia bila chembe ya shaka kuwa ninyi ndugu zetu wa shida na raha. Asanteni sana. Ndugu zangu wa Bunge, sisi ni wafuatiliaji wakubwa wa mikutano ya Bunge la Kenya. Mimi binafsi huwa napenda kusikiliza Bunge la Kenya. Tunafanya hivyo kwa kuwa yanayojadiliwa humu nasi yanatuhusu. Niseme tu kuwa Bunge la Seneti la Kenya na Bunge la Taifa la Kenya linatusisimua kwa mengi. Tunafurahia upana wa demokrasia yake, uzito wa mijadala yake na hamasa ya wabunge wake. Tulifurahishwa zaidi na uamuzi wenu wa kuanza kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili ndani ya Bunge. Na ndicho kinachonifanya mimi nisikilize Bunge la Kenya. Na enjoy kile Kiswahili kile. Kiswahili chenu kina vionjo vingi, kuna vionjo vyake ambavyo peke yake ni burudani tosha kusikiliza. Nilikuwa namsikiliza Mheshimiwa Spika anavyoshindwa kutaja namba za miaka kwa Kiswahili. Lakini inafurahisha kwamba mlishatunga kanuni za Bunge kwa Kiswahili na mkamwalika Mheshimiwa Job Ndugai kuja kuzindua kanuni zile tarehe 31 Oktoba 2019. Hii inatia moyo kwamba tuko pamoja na kweli mnataka kutumia Kiswahili, lakini hatua kwa hatua. Rai yangu kwenu ni kuomba mtusaidie kulea uhusiano wetu mzuri, ndugu zangu wa Bunge. Nasema hivyo nikitambua kuwa ninyi ndio wawakilishi wa wananchi na ndio sauti yao wananchi wa Kenya. Ninyi ndio wenye dhamana ya kutunga sheria na kushauri serikali juu ya mwelekeo wa sera na kuongoza wananchi wenu waliowachagua. Dhima yenu katika kukuza ushirikiano baina ya nchi zetu mbili ni kubwa sana. Mna uwezo mkubwa wa kuamua kasi ya ushirikiano wetu, iwe ya haraka ama ya kusuasua, kwa aina ya sheria mtakazozitunga na sera mtakazozipitisha. Dira na mwelekeo wa serikali ya awamu ya 6 ninayoiongoza ni kudumisha mazuri ya awamu zilizopita, kuyaendeleza mema yaliyopo na kuleta mazuri mengine mapya. Hivyo nimekuja kuahidi kuwa chini ya uongozi wangu, mimi na wenzangu katika serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania tutafanya kila linalowezekana kuimarisha uhusiano kati ya nchi zetu mbili. Kama kuna linalolegalega au uhusiano wetu kama unasuasua, basi nimekuja hapa Kenya ili kupakazia. Nimekuja Kenya ili kukazia yale ambayo yamelegalega, na nimekuja kuyanyoosha yale ambayo yalikuwa yamejipinda pinda hivi. Leo mtasoma Kiswahili. Waheshimiwa maspika na waheshimiwa maseneta wa bunge, Tanzania na Kenya ni wanachama na waasisi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Nchi zetu mbili ndizo zenye eneo kubwa kijiografia na idadi kubwa ya watu na milango pekee ya bahari kwa nchi zingine za Afrika Mashariki. Ukweli huu unakuja na wajibu na dhima kubwa kwa nchi zetu mbili. Uhusiano wa nchi zetu mbili ukishamiri, Afrika Mashariki nzima itashamiri. Biashara kati yetu ikistawi, Afrika Mashariki nzima inastawi. Hivyo basi, hatuna budi nchi zetu mbili kutambua wajibu wetu na dhima yetu hiyo kwa upande huu Mungu alikotuumbia Afrika Mashariki. Tunapaswa tutambue kuwa kila mara tunapotokea kuelewana, kila mara panapotokea kutoelewana kati yetu, tunadhoofisha Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Bila kukusudia, tunajikuta pia tunaathiri kasi ya utangamano wa Afrika Mashariki. Hivyo hatuna budi kuendelea kuelewana. Nikiri kwamba kuna nyakati ambapo ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki ulijaribiwa, ambapo baadhi ya matukio, kauli na vitendo vyetu viliweka majaribuni mahusiano yetu na kuupima uimara wa dhamira zetu za kuendelea na safari yetu ya utangamano. Ninachofarijika ni kwamba katika nyakati zote hizo, kwa busara za viongozi waliotutangulia na kwa uimara wa mafundo wa uhusiano wetu, tulishinda na dhamira yetu iliimarika zaidi. Uchungu wowote uliojitokeza pale ambapo tulijaribiwa ulikuwa ni uchungu wa uzazi na sio uchungu wa maradhi. Kwa maana kwamba uchungu wa uzazi unaishia kupata mtoto na unaleta furaha kwenye familia, lakini uchungu wa maradhi unaishia kwenye kifo. Kwa hiyo sisi tunapokerana huo uchungu wa uzazi, tukae tuzungumze na tupate mtoto wa amani, tuendelee na uhusiano wetu. Niwahakikishie kuwa mimi na wenzangu nchini Tanzania tutafanya kila linalowezekana ili uhusiano wetu uzidi kung'aa, na kwa kufanya hivyo tung'arishe ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki. Tanzania itaendelea kuwa jirani mbia na rafiki mwaminifu wa Kenya na mwanachama mwadilifu na wa kutumainiwa ndani ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Jitihada zangu na wenzangu katika serikali ninayoiongoza zitaelekezwa katika kuimarisha ushirikiano wetu ndani ya jumuiya yetu. Tutaelekeza jitihada zetu katika kutafuta majawabu palipo na changamoto, kufufua fursa palipo na vikwazo na kuleta matumaini palipo na mashaka. Tutafanya hivyo kwa kuamini kwa dhati kabisa kuwa wana Afrika Mashariki hatima yetu imefungamana, nasi hatuna budi tufungamane. Ombi langu kwenu waheshimiwa wabunge kama nilivyosema awali, mtusaidie kutimiza azma hiyo. Sisi tulioko serikalini, mtusukume tutekeleze wajibu wetu huu adhimu, na pale tunapozubaa msisite kutukosoa. Nanyi pia tunawaomba mtimize wajibu wenu. Mtusaidie kutunga sheria na kushawishi serikali zetu kuhusu sera zinazochochea na kuwezesha mtangamano. Tusiruhusu na tukemee misimamo, mitazamo na kauli za baadhi ya wanasiasa ndani ya mabunge yetu ya kuleta mgawanyiko na kudhoofisha jumuiya yetu. Daima tuwatangulie wafanya biashara na wananchi wetu katika utangamano na kuwaongoza, badala ya wao wananchi wetu kutuongoza sisi. Yanayotokea sasa hivi, wafanya biashara wako mbele kuliko sisi. Kwa sisi sasa inabidi tutunge sera na sheria kuendana na mwenendo wa wafanya biashara. Lakini inavyotakiwa tutunge sera na sheria, wafanya biashara wafuate sera na sheria zetu. Nasema hayo kwa sababu falsafa zinasema kuongoza ni kuonyesha njia na sio kufunga njia. Kwa sisi kama viongozi wa serikali, viongozi wa mabunge, viongozi kwenye mahakama zetu, tuoneshe wananchi zetu njia na tusiwafungie njia za maendeleo na njia za usawi wao. Waheshimiwa maspika, waheshimiwa maseneta na wabunge, nihitimishe hotuba yangu na niseme kwamba kama mnavyojua, moyo ukielemewa na furaha ya moyoni hutoka kwa mdomoni. Ningetamani kuendelea kuzungumza nanyi kwa kirefu zaidi, kueleza furaha yangu kwa upendo mkubwa mlionionyesha, ukarimu mkubwa mliotufanyia mimi na delegation yangu, ujumbe wangu, na heshima kubwa mlionipa. Isitoshe, tunapokutana Tanzania na Kenya, tunakuwa na maneno mengi sana ya kuzungumza, hayaishi, na hii ni kutokana na ukubwa na uzito wa uhusiano wa nchi zetu mbili. Sasa nataka nisiseme naishia hapa, niseme mniruhusu niakhirishe maneno yangu hapa, kwa sababu nitakuja kusema maneno mengine mbele tukikutana. Kwa hiyo nisiishii hapa, naakhirisha maneno yangu hapa. Tunapokutana Watanzania na Wakenya, kuna mambo mengi. Utani unakuwa umo, vijembe viko umo. Ndiyo mambo yanayochangamsha uhusiano wetu. Sina shaka kuwa tutapata fursa ya kuyazungumza mengi zaidi na kwa kina katika majukwaa mengine tutakayokutana. Nitumie fursa hii kumshukuru kwa mara nyingine tena, kuwashukuru waheshimiwa maspika kwa mara nyingine tena kwa kunikaribisha, lakini nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa mwaliko wa kuniomba mimi kufanya ziara hii rasmi ya kiserikali nchini Kenya. Nataka niwathibitishie kwamba ziara hii tumevuna mengi na makubwa sana. Imefungua milango mingi sana. Lililobaki mtusimamie kwenye utekelezaji. Lakini nami nimemwalika Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta aje Tanzania. Tanzania mwaka huu Disemba tunatimiza miaka 60 ya uhuru. Kwa hiyo nimemwalika Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta aje kwenye sherehe hizo kama mgeni wetu maalum. Nitumie pia fursa hii kama nilivyosema kushukuru maspika Mheshimiwa Kenneth Lusaka na Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi kwa makaribisho yenu mazuri sana ndani ya bunge. Niwashukuru waheshimiwa wabunge na maseneta kwa kutenga muda wenu adhimu kunikaribisha kuzungumza nanyi. Kupitia kwenu ni washukuru ndugu zetu wananchi wa Kenya kwa mapokezi mazuri waliotupatia. Tunaondoka Kenya na kumbukumbu nzuri ya ziara hii na shauku kubwa ya kurudi tena siku zijazo. Hii ni ziara yangu ya kwanza nchini Kenya na waahidi haitakuwa ya mwisho. Na kwa maana hiyo niseme udumu udugu wa Kenya na Tanzania, wadumu viongozi wetu. Mungu aibariki Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mungu aibariki Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Asanteni sana.
Haya, waheshimiwa wabunge, bunge la kitaifa na seneti, Mheshimiwa mtukufu Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Spika wa Bunge la Taifa, waheshimiwa maseneta, waheshimiwa wabunge Bunge la Taifa, ni wakati sasa wa kuahirisha kikao cha Seneti kuahirishwa hadi kesho Alhamisi tarehe 6 Mei mwaka wa 2021 saa 4 asubuhi katika ukumbi wa Seneti. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, SAMIA Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Speaker of the Senate, Senator Kenneth Lusaka, honored members of the National Assembly, it is now my pleasure to announce the adjournment of this House until Thursday, May the 6th at 10 a.m.